There's like a little seating area, and if you go towards the, I guess you would call that a carport, attached carport, there's a little children's play area back there.
Children's play area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving to 18, we just panned all the way to the right here.
Yes, sir.
In 19, what are we looking at here? That seating area
Yes, sir.
beyond the pool.
Beyond the pool. And the barn is behind me at this point. Or not the barn, but the garage.
Now, in image 20, where are you standing? Where have you moved now as you take this picture?
So I am in the underneath the patio in the little seating area, like right in the middle of the seating area, facing you. I'd be facing the carport if that's a good point of reference.
All right, so you've gone across, like on the other side of the pool from where you were in the last image, and you're standing in that seating area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the house on the right here.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned earlier that there was one exterior door on the front, none on the sides, and two on the back.
Yes, sir.
Are those two on the back visible in this image?
Yes.
Can you tell us where they are?
The white door on the right-hand side, that's the dining room door. And if you look a little bit further past it, there's a little dark area. That's the living room door.
Can you kind of step down and just point to where the living room door is in this picture? All right, so it's right beyond that play gate, I suppose?
Yes, sir.
On the right side of it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And that opens into the living room?
Yes, sir.
Number 21, where are we here? What are we looking at?
I just moved forward. There's the dining room door would be to my right, and I'm looking into the play area.
Okay, so that dark bit we can see on the far right side of the frame, is that the part of the frame of the dining room door there?
No, that would be.
Or I mean the living room door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 22?
Just inside of the play area. You got a couch, a little trampoline, slides, play or kid toys.
And 23?
This is from the back of the play area, looking towards the patio.
Okay, now this area right here in the far side of the frame, is this up here the seating area that you were initially in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this dark structure in towards the top left?
It's like maybe a little bar.
Okay. Now, where are we here?
Here, I have just moved over to the right a little bit. I'm kind of standing in front of that trampoline, pointing towards the doors to enter the home.
And can we see the living room door and the dining room door in this picture?
Yes, sir.
All right, living room door being the dark one towards the top center,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room door being the white ones off to the right.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that pretty much cover the exterior of the house?
Yes, sir.
I think they unplugged it now.
No, it's not unplugged because it's. If there were a better place to plug it in than right at somebody's feet, we would do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Is it on that side? When I drop my water, I do apologize.
Apology needed.
Okay, so here we are at the front door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was 25 and 26, we've just moved a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, before we're about to go into the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you this. You walk through that house.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe the layout in a word?
Clustered.
A cluster?
I feel like that's the
Okay,
best
don't.
way to describe it.
Was it confusing?
It's very confusing.
Okay. Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States Exhibit 9?
Yes.
All right. What is that?
This is, I guess, the internet layout of the home.
Okay. Now, you've been in the house and you've had the chance to walk through it. Other than where the front door is denoted as being on there, does that fairly and accurately depict the general layout of the first floor of this residence?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as States Exhibit 9.
Real quick, Judge.
Objection, Judge.
And may I publish, Your Honor? Okay.
Do you have to say it looks like there's a door leading from the kitchen to the room. That door's not there.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Can you step down? Well, I'll tell you what, you sit there, I'll come up. We're just gonna work through these rooms, starting at the front door and going more or less clockwise, okay? The front door, first of all, is labeled as being right here. Is that accurate?
No, that's a window.
All right. Is the front door kind of in the top right-hand corner here?
Yes, sir.
When you walk in, what is this first room on the far right?
Looks like a living room, bedroom area.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there's a spot on here where it looks like there's a door from that room into the kitchen, but it is not in fact a door.
It is.
Can you come down and describe what you're talking about?
This area right here, that is a wall now.
Okay. And so is it the case that when you were in that room that day, you cannot pass through there into the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that? Just so I understand.
I guess they walled it off,
Okay.
or it appeared to be walled off.
All right. Do you have something to write with in front of you there? And I didn't ask you to bring one, so if you don't, that's okay.
Thank you.
Can you, on that exhibit, can you just draw an X at the spot that you were just talking about as appearing to be a door, but not actually being a door?
Let's trade pins. Use this one instead, that's better.
Thank
you. And just for the record, I handed the detective a pen and I handed him a Sharpie because I think that would be better.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so how do you get from this room into the main body of the house?
From the front door, you have to walk through the whole room.
Come on down.
From the front door, you gotta walk through the whole room, go through a door here that leads to a bathroom, and then you'll enter the dining room. From here, you have to go through this door to go through the kitchen, and then this door to go into a hallway, and then come down here. You can go up the stairs right here, or go through another door to the main, or I guess the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
Can you do this with that Sharpie that you have in front of you? Can you go slow and make sure you do it right? I want this to be in the record. Can you draw the path that one would have to take through the house to go from the front door, not on the screen,
I'm not
but
gonna.
on paper? Yeah, show us again on the screen and then draw it on the paper, please. To go from the front door to the
Front door.
living room door.
Front door, you walk through. You have to go through this door, go through a bathroom, another door to go through the kitchen, another door to go through, dining room, another door to go through the kitchen, through a hallway, either upstairs to 2 bedrooms, or through another door to go to the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
What about the living room door?
Living room doors right here, and then the dining room door is right here.
All right. So let's just take a moment. Can you, on the paper exhibit, can you draw a path from the only path, as you've described it, from the front door to the living room door? Not the dining room door, not upstairs, but the living room door.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Now, so you said that front door, top right, bedroom, bathroom, dining room, kitchen, hallway, living room, master bedroom, right?
Sure.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple things, and I'm doing this because the pictures are a little confusing, fair to say.
Yes, sir.
Can you come down and describe to us what parts of the kitchen we're seeing in this image? Where are the sinks?
So coming from the dining room, you will have your stove and your oven right here on your right. Your sinks are here, refrigerator's right here, and you have a little pantry here. There's a pass-through window leading into the hallway right here above the sink.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well,
All right, with that, we can get back into the images, okay? All right. 27, where are we standing as this picture is taken, and what are we looking at?
so I am at the doorway looking into the room all the way down the far left wall.
And what's in the foreground closest to us?
There's a couch, and then, or I guess that was a kid bed too,
Say again.
a child's bed.
The child's bed is where?
The couch.
Okay. And what's just beyond the couch?
There is a baby swing. Beyond that is a desk, and then there's a bed in the far back corner.
And what is that to the right of the bed?
Dresser.
28, where have we moved relative to the last image?
I've just panned right a little bit. So you'll see the dresser, the full dresser. There's a closet door, and then another kid bed on the right hand side.
29,
Pan right a little bit more. You'll see the kid bed, a dresser, a projector screen, and that's where that door would have been on the previous picture.
the door that you mentioned as having been walled off and not operational, that's behind the projector screen.
Yes, sir.
And then 30, where are we here?
That is the pack and play that I mentioned earlier.
31,
The pillow inside the pack and play.
and 32.
Again, the pillow inside the pack and play.
Now I'm going to zoom in on this picture a little bit. Do you see that substance there?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a good look at it while you were out there?
I did, sir.
And what, if anything, did it appear to you to be?
I believed it to be vomit.
Okay. Did it appear to be blood?
It didn't.
Okay.
It's a lot redder in that picture than it actually was.
You're saying it's appearing redder on the screen than
Yes, sir.
it actually was when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
Did not appear to be blood to you?
No.
Did you do any testing at any point to determine whether it was blood?
I did not.
33, another picture of the same.
Another picture. The blanket is out because we searched the pack and play after
Okay.
the picture.
Now, let me actually go back. Okay, so in 34, where is that pink blanket?
It or on 34, it's on the I guess you call it the rail at the side.
Now I want to go back to, pardon me, to 31. I'm on 31. Where's the pink blanket in this picture?
It's inside the pack and play on the pad.
All right, so we've got some pictures where the pink blanket is in the pack and play and some where it's on the rail.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when it was moved and why?
It was moved due to, or I guess it was moved when we were looking for, see if there's any blood on the inside the pack and play.
Okay, so
And then we just moved it to look at the blanket itself and to look at the mat.
okay, thank you. Did you have gloves on when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to 35, just another view of the pack and play after the blanket had been moved.
Yes, sir.
36, same.
Same.
All right, 37, where are we here?
My back is towards the pack and play, and I'm looking towards the bed in the far left corner.
So you're essentially standing at the pack and play here.
Yes, sir.
38,
38, I just pan left, same spot.
39,
39, pan left. You can see the front door in the left side, the couch, and then there's a safe and a projector on the window back there.
40,
40, at the desk, looking towards the front door. You can see the street in the background.
41,
I have pan left, front doors on the right, pack and play, and the projector screen. Continue moving to the left.
43,
Oh, sorry. Pan to the left even more. Kid's bed and the closet door.
44,
Just continue panning.
and 45. What are we looking at now?
45. That's I guess the entrance into the rest of the house. That's the bathroom right there. You can see the dresser right there on the left-hand side.
All right, and then what is this through that door that I'm,
Just a little
Highlight.
storage cabinet.
all right, that's inside the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
46,
Pan to the left a little bit more. You can see the bed now and the dresser.
and 47.
Just a view of the bed.
All right, 48, where are we?
48, I am by the bed and the dresser looking into the bathroom.
49,
Starting to take photographs into the bathroom. This is the little storage cabinet from the previous photos.
and is that on your left as you walk in?
Yes, sir.
50,
Starting to pan right. That's the door leading into the dining room. And you can start seeing the shower bathtub on your right.
we can see those dining room drawers that you were talking about earlier through the door we're looking
Yes,
through.
sir.
51,
Just continue panning to the right. Now you can see the shower bath.
52,
That's the shower. I'm starting to make my way around the bathroom.
53,
Continue panning right. You got a sink and a mirror.
and 54.
54. This is above the toilet. The toilet's at the bottom. And then you got a little storage shelf.
Now, I'd like to zoom in on this storage shelf here. See that little bottle with the blue, red, and yellow label? What is that?
Ambisol.
Do you know what Andisol is?
It's a oral pain relief.
Okay. Something like a liquid you rub on your gums or teeth to relieve dental pain?
Yes, sir.
Now 55, where are we here?
55. We're at in the bathroom, looking into the dining room. The dining room door from the previous photos is on the left, and then you have a little dog cage and then dining room table on your right.
56,
just painting through the dining room, you can start to see the kitchen entrance door or entrance on your right hand side.
57?
57, the dining room doors are right behind me, looking into the kitchen through the dining room.
58?
Continue painting right. That's a little storage closet, and you have a deep freezer.
Still in the dining room here.
Still in the dining room.
And 59, where have we moved and what are we looking at?
So I have moved around. The kitchen entrance is to my left. I'm in that corner, and I'm looking towards the bathroom door, and you can see the dining room door on the very right of the picture.
All right, so that dark wood door in the middle that we're looking at is the door that you came through to get into the dining room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the white door on the right is the door to the outside that
Yes, sir.
they call the dining room door. 60?
Now I'm on the other side of the dining room or the kitchen door. The closet is going to be on my left. And then you can see the edge of the bathroom door that I came through. And now you can see the dining room door leading outside.
61, you just pan to the right a little more.
Yes, sir.
62, same.
Same.
63, same.
Same.
And 64, where are we now?
64, we are in the kind of doorway and looking into the kitchen from the dining room.
And can we see the sinks in this picture?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned there's something that you called a pass-through window over the sinks. Is that at least partially visible in this picture?
Yes, sir. If you look at the, it looks like little pill bottles. Right behind that is just the pass-through. There's an open window right before you get to those pill bottles.
Kind of an unusual feature of the house.
I think so.
65, where are we here?
Back, I'm still at the doorway. I just kind of pan left. You can start to see the oven and the stove.
And that stove is on sort of a peninsula that juts out into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
66, where are we now?
So now I'm on you can see the doorway entering the kitchen from the dining room.
That's on the
Yeah.
on the right there. That's the door you came through.
Yeah, and then the oven and the stove are now on my left.
Okay. So you stepped into the kitchen and turned around, basically.
Yes, sir.
67.
Continue or painting left from the same position. You can stove and then a little storage closet.
And 68, where are we here?
68, the stove, kind of from that picture earlier, I went around the stove and I'm on the other side of the refrigerator looking towards the sink. And then you can see the little pass-through window from there.
What's that in the bottom right corner, or I'm sorry, bottom left corner of the image?
That's the trash can.
And was that trash can full?
Yes, sir.
69,
Just pan to the left of a little bit, same spot.
70,
Continue to pan left.
and what's that on the left side that we're seeing there?
That's the pantry
And 71,
and the full pantry.
72.
Continue to pan left for the pantry.
All right, 73, what are we looking at here? Where are we going?
So I am closer to the pantry now, and this is the doorway into that little L-shaped hallway.
74,
Just looking through the little doorway into the L-shaped hallway. The white door on the right is another little storage closet pantry thing.
and that's out in the hallway.
Yes.
All right, 75, where have we moved? What are we looking at?
I am in the hallway now. The opening to go into the kitchen will be on my right. And this is the little storage closet that I had in the previous picture with that door.
All right. just in case anybody is dizzy or confused at this point, I'm pulling up this diagram. Can you just come down and point to us where you are at this point in time and which direction you're looking?
So right now, I will be right here, looking this way.
Okay,
This is gonna be where the closet is.
so the hallway in the top center of State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, sir.
76.
Pretty much I've done a 180 and now I'm looking down the hallway.
Okay. 77.
I've walked through the previous opening, looked left. The doorway in front of you is the doorway leading into the living room. On the left-hand side is the opening to go from the kitchen. And then on the right, very right-hand side, you can start seeing the stairwell that goes upstairs.
So you're looking down the hallway that's on the other side of that pass-through window over the sink.
Yes.
78.
Move closer to the living room opening. The opening or the kitchen opening will be on my left, and that stairwell will be on my right.
79.
A little bit further, starting to get into the living room.
And can you describe that piece of furniture that we're looking at there?
It's one of those. It's a couch, like an L-shaped couch.
Okay. 80.
Into the living room, starting to pan to the right, getting the full living room. You got a big entertainment system and the L-shaped couches on the left. So
Now 81. Where have you moved here?
this I am behind the couch. I guess you don't have the other picture up. Kind of between the front door and the laundry room area.
82. Where are you here?
I'm on the other side of the couch looking towards the front door. That big TV entertainment thing would be behind me.
And what is the living room door
I'm sorry,
partially visible? in
living
this
room
image?
door. Yeah, the very right, you'll see the living room door.
Okay. Is it the blue thing or is it beyond that?
Beyond that, it's I guess the white door with the colors on it. I don't know if y'all can see that in that picture. Far right.
So right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 83.
83, I've panned left from the view of the front door, and now you can see the little laundry area.
84.
Continue to pan left.
Now zooming in here in the middle, is this the hallway that you came through to get in
Yes, sir.
to the room in the first place?
Yes, sir.
And what have we done here?
So I have panned left all the way, and then this is the doorway to go into the master bedroom.
Now, did you go in the master bedroom
I did.
and did you take pictures in there?
Did.
Is there
Yes.
a bathroom in there as well?
There, sir.
Did you take pictures of all of that?
Yes, sir.
Where are we here in 86?
This is going back into the hallway that I entered the living room from.
All right, and what are we looking at in the top middle of the frame?
Top middle is the that pass through for the kitchen.
87, where are we here?
I've panned left and starting to get pictures of the staircase.
88,
The staircase to go upstairs.
89. When you get at the top of the stairs here at the landing,
To your left is a bedroom. Straight ahead of you is a bathroom, and then to your right is another bedroom.
90.
This is entering the bedroom on the left-hand side.
Okay, the left as you're looking up the stairs.
Yes, sir.
91.
This is the view into the bedroom from the doorway. You have a closet door on your right. The bed was kind of at an angle. Yeah.
92.
This is from a view from that closet door I mentioned previously. looking towards the other closet.
93,
Just continually panning left.
94,
Pan left even more. You can see a little L-shaped couch, little seating area right there.
and 95.
This is from the other side of the room, and that's the door I entered to come into the room.
Okay, so this you just walked in the room to the far side of it, turned around. 96, where are we here?
This is the view from the bedroom and across the hall into the next bedroom.
97,
This is from the doorway, looking right. You can see a, I can't remember what that was, kind of like a little dresser thing. There's a little closet door, and you can see a start of a children's bed.
all right, so you just stepped into the doorway for the other bedroom upstairs.
Yes, sir.
Turn to the right.
Now,
98,
now I've panned a little bit left. You can see the bed. You can see another mattress on the floor.
99,
99, pan left a little bit. You can see a crib and a closet in this
100,
one. I've stepped into the room. I'm on the right wall looking towards the closet, panning to the left.
so what is all this stuff over here?
A bunch of clothes and toys, I believe.
Did this room appear to you to be being used, or did it appear to be something more like a spare room or a storage room?
It didn't appear to be used at this point in time.
101 is, are we looking here at the door that you came in?
Yes, sir.
And is, on the left side, is this that
So like,
dark wood piece of furniture that we saw earlier?
yes, sir.
And 102, where are we here?
My back is towards the bunk bed, looking at the wall across. You can see the door I entered on the right hand side.
All right. 107, where are we here?
That is the detached garage outside.
Now, the carport with the RV under it, or the garage with the door and all that?
This is the garage with the door.
Are we still looking at the garage here in 108?
Yes, sir.
109, another picture of the garage.
Yes, sir.
And what is that right there in, on the floor of the garage in 109?
That's a stuffed Mickey Mouse toy, a little racing suit.
Thank you. 110, were these the trash cans that we saw very early on outside in that rack?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys take them out of the rack, open them up, and see what was in them?
Yes, sir.
Just trash?
There were some other items in there. I had a pillow, a red rag, and some documentations, and a welcome home mat.
111?
111. This is the Dodge Journey that was parked outside the garage. Or
Could you just read the tag into the record?
TEN 9300
Georgia?
Georgia tag.
112, what are we looking at here? What is that?
These were items taken out of the trash can in the kitchen.
Okay. So y'all looked in the garbage, see what was in there?
Yes, sir.
Normal household garbage?
For the most part.
113,
These are receipts that they located in the garage or the trash can.
Cheddar's Restaurant,
Yes, sir.
and then in 114, some other trash. All right. So, after the 5th, were you involved in process processing and photographing some other evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph the Dodge Journey?
Yes, sir.
And where did that take place?
FBI Savannah.
And how did the vehicle get from 535 Buckhalter to the FBI Savannah office?
It was towed.
Do they have a secure lot there that they can hold vehicles in?
Yes, sir.
And when did you search the Journey?
That would be on the 6th.
6th of October?
Yes, sir.
And you took photographs of it when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, sir.
Can you look through this and tell us whether that is a selection of the photographs that you took of the Journey?
Yes, sir.
Is it that? The document in front of you, is that the selection of photographs?
Yes, sir.
of the Journey? Is it, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vehicles that appear to you on the six?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this in as State's Exhibit 11.
Objection.
State's Exhibit 11.
All right. First image in State's Exhibit 11 is on the screen. Can you tell us what this is?
Again, this is the photo log that we put at the beginning of all of our photos. The case number, the location where I was at, 2003 Chatham Center Drive. Signal was still missing child. I was still the investigator. The date was 10/6/22 and the time was approximately 16:14.
4:14 p.m. for
Yes, sir.
those of us on 12-hour time.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, slide 2, what are we looking at?
This is the view of the front of the Journey.
Slide 3,
The driver's side front,
4,
driver's side,
5,
the rear,
6,
passenger side rear,
7,
passenger side. And just kind of pan to the right and got the rest of the passenger side.
8,
Passenger side front.
9,
This is the driver's side door open.
10.
Nope, sorry. 10. That's
Yeah,
the
go
driver's
on the
side.
screen with me if you can see it all right.
That's the driver's side door.
11,
Driver's seat and the floor area. That's some trash on the floor. Yeah, two alcohol bottles and like a little wooden skewer.
what's this alcohol bottle here?
Fireball.
And then this other one here is something called
Curveball.
curveball. Do you know what that is?
Not 100% sure. I think it was whiskey, something like that.
13,
That's still the driver's side steering wheel, and you can see the gear shifter. That's the driver's side rear door.
all right, and I just gotta be clear for the record, we're on 14. That's the rear driver's side door.
Yes, sir. This
15,
is looking into the back seat from the driver's side.
16.
This is the rear of the vehicle with the hatch open.
Now, this whitish substance, is that something that you all put in there?
No, we did not put that in.
Was it already in there when you opened the car up?
Yes, sir.
And had you in fact seen it at the scene the day before on the 5th?
The trunk?
I mean, had you seen through the window that there's
Yeah.
some stuff in there?
Yes, sir.
So this was in there during the police response?
Yes, sir.
It's already there, it's not something that got in there between the 911 call, or at least between police arrival and your photographing the car.
They had it.
Do you know what it was?
Not 100% sure. We did do a little. We took a sample of it, and we did do a little self test there. Kind of appeared to be like kid cereal.
What do you
baby
mean?
cereal.
You said you did what
Like
test?
we took a sample of it, put it in some hot water, and stirred it up. Kind of had a grainy, oaty smell.
A grainy oats?
Yeah, or weedy smell.
And did it dissolve in the water?
It did.
Did it appear to you to likely be some kind of children's cereal?
It did.
$17?
This is the passenger side rear door. And looking into the vehicle from the passenger side.
What's that there in the floorboard?
That is a natural light beer can.
19?
Front passenger door.
20?
That's the front passenger floorboard and the seat.
21. That's it for Stacy's exhibit. 11.
Yes, sir.
One moment. Is it also part of the duties of the forensics unit to collect video footage?
Yes, sir.
Um, You sometimes get them from Ring doorbells on people's houses,
Yes, sir.
from businesses.
Yes, sir.
Um, Did you participate in an effort to obtain relevant video footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was that centered on the Chevron Azalea Mobile Home Park area near the intersection of Ogeechee Road and Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the Chevron that's right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain video footage from there?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you did that?
On the 7th.
7th of October,
Yes, sir.
2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 2 days after the 911 call, you were out there at the Chevron getting video footage?
Yes, sir.
And for what time period did you obtain video footage from the Chevron?
Can I look at my report real quick? We got from approximately 1:18 to 1:30ish.
Is that all you collected, is 1 minute of video footage?
Looks like it's more than 1 minute.
Okay, well, what I'm asking is, what general time frame, I'm not asking what the notable or relevant portion was. I'm asking you, what is the general time frame that you were getting video footage for?
Approximately maybe like 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay. Now, did you see during that time period, what was you said, 115 to 118 or something like that?
1:18 to like 1:30ish.
118 to 130-ish?
Yeah.
Did you see on that footage what appeared to be the Dodge Journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
And did you see whether that vehicle did or did not stop at the Chevron?
Yes, sir. It did not.
And did it stop at the Chevron during
No,
that
sir.
time period? Okay. Could you nevertheless see the vehicle in the Chevron footage?
Yes, sir.
And what did it do?
It would travel north on Ogeechee, turn into the Azalea parking lot road, and drove past the Chevron into Azalea.
Okay, so you can see it in the footage, but it's not stopping at Chevron, it's driving by the Chevron and turning into Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect surveillance footage, security footage from Azalea Mobile Home Park?
I did.
From a number of different cameras, correct?
Yes, I believe there was 3.
And did that footage appear to show the Dodge Journey that you photographed entering and driving around in Azalea Mobile Home Plaza during the period of, say, I don't know, 1:15 in the morning to 1:20 something in the morning
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
When did you go out and get that Azalea footage?
The same day.
All right, October 7th?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Sergeant Coleman is your sergeant with the crime scene unit, forensics unit.
Yes, sir.
Was he present with you on the 7th when you got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he supervising the operations as the sergeant for the unit?
Yes, sir.
And did he see and participate in, did he see the footage that y'all were looking at and participate in its collection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sometime after the 7th, when you'd gotten this footage from Azalea showing the defendant's car, did you realize that the timestamps for Azalea's cameras appear to be off?
Yes, sir.
Like incorrect?
Yes, sir.
And did you do anything to memorialize what the timestamp discrepancy actually was?
We returned back to the scene and used our phones we put our phones up to the live view and took pictures of it so we could get a real time compared to their time.
And is the idea there that the time on your phone is accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so you can compare the time showing on your phone to the time showing on the camera and figure out how far ahead or behind it is?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what was the time stamp discrepancy with the Azalea footage? How far ahead or behind the actual time was it?
I believe it was right around 80 minutes.
Behind or ahead?
Behind,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
On the 7th, when you went out to Azalea to collect the footage initially, did you take some photographs while you were out there?
Yes.
And when did you go back and do this deal with the phones to document the timestamp discrepancy?
On the
Would it refresh your memory to look at the photo card from that?
yes.
Do you see in front of you a document labeled States Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Feel free to look through that and tell me whether it refreshes your memory as to when you went out and memorialized the timestamp discrepancy.
The 9th.
9th of October, 2022.
Yes.
Looking at States Exhibit 55, does it clearly, fairly and accurately depict Azalea as photographed by you on the 7th and as photographed by you on the 9th as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this in States Exhibit 55.
Objection, Your Honor.
And may I publish, Your Honor? All right. States Exhibit 55 is up on the screen, specifically the first image in that exhibit. Is this your photo card from the 7th?
Yes, sir.
And this is the day you initially collected the footage?
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 2, what is this here? What are we looking at?
These are the community dumpsters in Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right. And what is that we see on the far right side of the frame?
There's a white Jeep
All right.
belonging to one of the staff members of Azalea.
Okay. And that is sitting right next to the standard dumpsters, right?
Yes, sir.
Moving to slide 3, where are we? First of all, where are we?
So this building on my right is the Azalea main office, right as you enter the park. If you look in the distance, you can see the white Jeep from the previous photo.
I've zoomed in here. Is that the white car that we just saw in the last picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And off to the left of it, is this one of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And In this picture, zooming back out, did you take this picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you standing right underneath the camera?
Yes.
All right. And that camera, is it affixed to
Kind
the
of
side of the management?
It's
Office.
yeah, I believe it's on a little patio covering.
Say again?
I believe it's on a patio covering.
Okay. And again, were you standing more or less right under it?
Yeah, my camera was right under it.
And was the goal of this photo kind of figure out what direction is this camera looking and what is the field of view going to show in terms of the car sitting at the dumpsters?
Yeah.
Okay. So we see, at least as you're standing there, you can see this car sitting at the dumpsters, but it is a ways off.
Yes, sir.
And what is this in the foreground here? This area that's bounded by this fence.
It's like a little maintenance area where they store, I guess, their machinery. It's in the property, the office property.
Moving on to slide 4, what are we looking at here?
This is the photo log for the 9th when we return to get the comparison photos from the phone and the timestamp on the videos.
Now, how many cameras did you all collect footage from Azalea for, I don't know, the early morning hours of the 5th and the late night hours of the 4th? Do you remember how many cameras total?
I believe there was 3 cameras at Azalea.
Okay. And did each one of those 3 capture, at least seem to capture the Dodge journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
I want to just talk to you about these next few pictures. Slide 5. Where are you as you take this picture?
So this one, I'm inside the office, holding a cell phone here, and then had another officer hold their cell phone on the camera view from outside, and then you have the timestamp right above that.
Okay. What is this monitor here that you're looking at?
That's their computer monitor for inside the office.
And is that monitor showing you the current video feed from that camera that you were just standing under in the previous picture?
Yeah, that's the live view.
Okay. What is the time showing on your phone?
12:20.
Okay. And that's 20 minutes after noon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On the 9th.
Yes, sir.
And it's the same for the officer standing outside holding a phone up to the camera?
Yes, sir.
Was your iPhone time working that day?
Yes, sir.
Has it ever not been working? That's a no?
No, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Now, this camera is showing, when we zoom in here, it looks like it's showing 10:59.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so is that where you're getting that these cameras were about 81 minutes behind, 80 to 81 minutes behind?
Yes, sir.
And that's because the difference between 10:59 and 12:20 is about 80 to 81 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next image, slide 6, is this you looking at the monitor for a different camera pointing a different direction?
Yeah, same monitor, just different camera.
Oh, same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does this camera that we're concerned with here in image 6, does this point out towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir. That's Ogeechee Road, right past those U-Hauls.
Okay. And that's, you're indicating to like the top right corner of the picture?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we see any part of the chevron in this image?
Yeah. If you look at my vehicle, the
Well,
chevron's right.
Which one's your vehicle?
The police truck
All right.
on the left side,
All right. And then where's the chevron in relation to that?
just past it.
Okay. Are those U-Hauls in the chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did this camera have the exact same timestamp discrepancy
Yes, sir.
as the last one?
Yes, sir.
80 to 81 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Slide 7, same monitor, different camera?
Yes, sir.
And does this one just point the other direction as the camera we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right, and did that camera have the same timestamp discrepancy as the other two?
Yes, sir.
Whole system has the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, therefore the time discrepancy is going to be the same on all three.
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Let me just ask you this, did the cameras themselves appear to be working when you were out there collecting the footage?
They did.
Did you have any issue collecting the footage?
No, sir.
As we were looking at this image, image 6, we see a police truck out there at U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot.
Yes, sir.
At that time, was there in fact a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir. That's a live view of what was going on right there.
Okay, so were these cameras accurately capturing what was actually happening in the real world?
Yes, sir.
And does the timestamp discrepancy have anything to do with the accuracy or reliability of the footage itself?
No, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you.
Mr. Hilliard, before you start, I don't want to take a full break, but if you need to if you feel the need to stand up and just kind of stretch it out, you can feel free to do that. I know you've been sitting for a long time. Oh, just stand up and shake it out a little bit. I'll show you what I do. I recognize you're sitting for a long time. Kind of change the channel. Get your blood flowing again. All right. All right. Okay. Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Schenker, I'm going to start where you left off because it just makes more sense to work back that way because that's where you were at. With regard to these, like State's Exhibit number 55 that we just discussed the 80-minute time discrepancy. Okay. Did you ever do any?
Just a moment. Mr. Schenker's.
Give me 1 second. I think it's me.
Okay.
Is that better? Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. President. Okay, so let's just start with the Azalea cams first. Okay, so on October 7th and October 9th, you noticed some sort of time discrepancy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you documented it, and that's what we just dealt with, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever inquiry or find out when the discrepancy began?
No, sir.
You were just sent out there to collect the footage then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you made no further inquiry other than just to note it?
I personally did not. I don't know if my sergeant or the other officer did.
And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just asking you what you did. Okay. So you noted the discrepancy, but you didn't get to the bottom of it or find out when it started, correct? All right. So let's back up a little bit and go to State's Exhibit 11, which was the one you did prior to that one. So on October 6th, you got the Dodge Journey, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you photographed the Dodge Journey,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Did you do anything else other than that or just take photographs?
Photographed it. We did a alternate light on the vehicle to see if there was any like fabrics or anything from the scene. We did do a couple swabs of the substance in the back, and we did blue star the vehicle
Well, and that's why I'm asking is just based upon the testimony I heard, it seemed like it was just a bunch of pictures you were taking, but there was a lot more to it than that, wasn't
Yes, sir.
there? Okay, so how many people were out there that day on October 6th, I guess, examining the vehicle?
Myself and Corporal Shriver.
Okay, so 2 of you.
Yes, sir.
And so you went through the vehicle and you've noted the alcohol containers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize those?
Did I see those?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they were taken into evidence, correct?
No.
They weren't taken into evidence?
No.
Just photographed them.
Just photograph.
All right. Just curious, why not?
Didn't feel that they were pertinent to the case.
So you don't think it's pertinent to the case, you don't log it into evidence?
Well, if it's not evidence,
And who determines whether or not something's evidence?
I guess that would be me.
So you determined it wasn't evidence, so you didn't log it, you didn't test it, you didn't swab it, you didn't keep it, correct? All right. Let's go on to the next picture. You had a picture of a natural light can in the back, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was back in the passenger seat. And did you seize that and take that into evidence?
No, sir.
And again, I guess for the same reason, you didn't consider it to be evidence?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, whenever someone drinks from a can or touches a can or does something like that, is it possible to have some sort of DNA contact or transference between it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think that that might be relevant to testing to see who may have been or not been in the truck at that point in time?
It could be, but if they both had, or whoever had access to that vehicle, their DNA and prints would be all over the vehicle.
Okay. All right. But again, you didn't think it was evidence, didn't seize it, didn't test it, didn't do anything further with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the substance in the back of the vehicle, which was kind of weird, okay, admittedly. You did take that, though.
I took a sample of that.
And let me ask you this. You said it was some sort of kid cereal,
I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
but it wasn't any biological material.
No.
Okay, it wasn't any sort of cleaning solvent or anything like that,
No,
was
sir.
it? Okay, but it was, from what you could tell, and I don't have any reason to think, you're wrong, it was some sort of kid cereal or breakfast cereal of some sort that was in the back.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were taking pictures of the inside of the van, I'm going to assume you looked throughout the entire thing.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever find any feces or blood or anything like that in it?
We did find a spot that reacted on the driver's side seat, but that was it.
And what was that?
Appeared to be blood. We just boost started it, and it fluoresced. And it was just a little spot on the front driver's seat.
Okay, did you seize that or send it for further testing?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
And again, just curious, why not?
Didn't believe at the time it was pertinent.
Now, with regards to the rest of the vehicle, did you find anything else of any substance in there? Of any relevance?
There was a spot in the back that we took swabs of and logged in. And there was a couple fibers from the back seat or the back of the vehicle that we collected and logged in.
And what did you do with them once you swabbed them and collected them and logged them in?
That was all I did with them.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, if you look at number 15 from State's Exhibit 11, what was this orange thing and this white thing in the back of the plane?
Those are traffic vests, kind of like safety vests. And then the white paper was from the dentist, I believe it was.
Okay.
Paperwork.
And what's the little orange thing on the ground right there?
I believe that was another safety vest.
All right, and that was the extent of everything that you found or found relevant from the call, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's back up and go to State's Exhibit number 10. And actually, it might be easier to look at State's Exhibit number 9. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's do that. because it's a better overview, and the other ones are just a lot of pictures to thumb through. So you took a bunch of pictures of the house and the surrounding area, correct?
Yes, sir.
So looking at State's Exhibit 9, and again, don't want to put words in your mouth, but from what my recollection was, there was a pool in the back, and there was a set of dining room doors and a set of living room doors that led out to the pool area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looked like, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth, just going from my recollection, that the living room doors opened into a play area,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room doors open directly onto the patio area. Is that a fair and accurate assessment of what the pictures you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you got there, well, I guess it was on October 5th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there on October 5th, you were sent around to take all the pictures that you took in State's Exhibit 10, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Dean asked you to discuss and go through what it took to go from the front door to, I guess, the living room door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But based upon that, it's a much shorter trip to go from the front door to the dining room door, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's not nearly as circuitous, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I can't tell from the picture, so I'm going to have to ask you. The dining room door opens right out onto the patio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The living room door opens into a play area, correct?
It's the same patio. It's just got a little gate.
Right. And it
But
seems
yes.
to me, again, not putting words in your mouth, but the play area seemed kind of cordoned off.
Yeah.
And the dining room doors didn't. It kind of opened straight into the pool area.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
So it's much easier to get out through the dining room door onto the patio than the living room door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there that day, were those doors open, closed? What were they?
All the doors were closed when I got there.
Were they unlocked?
I believe so, yes.
So you didn't have any problem opening and closing, or the dining room doors, were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
And the living room doors, same thing. Were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you have any difficulty getting through them?
No, sir.
And again, was there anything that indicated that the doors may have been kicked, smashed, broken in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir.
Okay. So they were operable.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Dean asked about the route, I guess, through the downstairs. It's kind of a fairly odd layout in the downstairs area. I think that's safe to say, correct?
Yes, sir.
But was the kitchen in use?
Yes, sir.
And it was usable, correct? Was the living room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
The dining room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
And the front area that we're talking about, where you first enter into the front door area, that front door area enters, what's the street that is directly in front of the front door?
Buckhalter.
So that's Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
And the dining room and the living room, they open towards the pool, but I assume that's more around back to where the driveway and the garage and all of that was.
Yes, sir.
Again, if I'm misstating it, or I'm just trying to understand it, but that seems to me that, and the area had a gate on it, if I'm not mistaken. I remember you taking a picture of a truck.
Yep.
So there was a gate, and the gate goes around to the back, correct?
Yep.
So wouldn't that indicate that the main entrance and egress to the house is through the back, not the front?
Sure.
Well, I mean, you know the layout better than I do, so.
I don't know what entrance they use, but yes.
Okay. So now, when you were taking all of these pictures and you took a number of them, you took 475, right?
Something like that.
Somewhere there about a lot.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying these are all them, but you took a lot. When you came across the pictures, you said it was vomit that was in the pack and play, correct?
I believed it was.
You believe it was. Did you seize it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you send it off for testing?
I did not detect it.
So you basically did your job, seized it, handed it off to the detectives, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But the one thing is you're sure it wasn't blood, correct?
I'm not sure.
Didn't look like it, did it?
It did not look like blood.
And not a trick question. You answered this question from Mr. Dean quite readily, so I'm not trying to trip you up. Okay. So it was, but you believed it to be vomit, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you don't know how old it was or how long it had been there.
I don't.
Now, did you notice anything else of any significance in that front room? I noticed at least there was at least two other cribs or I guess beds in there. Did you notice any urine, feces, vomit, diapers, things like that in the area as well?
I don't recall.
If you had noticed anything like that, would you have taken pictures of it and recorded it?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of it and record it?
I don't think so.
All right, so this was pretty much the extent of what you did in the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you review you said you went and seized the camera footage from Azalea, if I'm not mistaken. So that was you that went out and picked it up,
Yes.
seized it, and then I guess you forwarded it to the detectives, correct?
Yes. Well, we put it on a computer at work.
All right. So, and does that conclude your involvement in the case?
Pretty much yes.
So there's nothing else you did of any evidentiary or investigatory importance at this point. It's pretty much everything that we discussed and talked about here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer Fink. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just a moment. Turn to the state. Is there any redirect?
You were asked about blood in the car, and you mentioned something about this spot on the driver's seat fluorescing.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you mean? Or blue star or something like that?
The blue star is a chemical we use to look for, it reacts to the hemoglobin in blood, and it will fluoresce blue. So we sprayed the whole vehicle with it. It's a liquid, and the only part that fluoresced was on the front driver's side seat.
Well, let's take it step by step. You spray the whole vehicle with this chemical, right?
Yes, sir.
Then what do you do? Do you next have to turn off the lights?
Yeah, it's got to be completely dark,
Okay.
or
Then
as dark as you can get it.
again, step by step. Once you've turned off the lights, what do you do?
Then we spray the vehicle. We would spray each seat, the floorboard, and then see if there's a reaction. If there's no reaction, then we'll move on to another area, and then another area. And if we get a reaction, then we'll photograph it.
Okay. And then what does it mean for something to fluoresce or react on when you spray it with the blue star chemical?
It lights up blue.
Okay. Lights up blue?
Yeah.
Okay. In the dark?
Yes, sir.
It kind of glows a little bit?
Yes, sir.
First of all, this spot on the driver's seat that had this reaction, was it, before you turned the lights off and sprayed that chemical on it, did it appear to the naked eye to look like blood or not?
I don't believe so.
Okay, just like a little spot?
Yeah.
And where in the driver's seat was it?
It would be pretty much right where you would sit.
Right where you would sit?
Yeah.
Like dead center in the driver's seat?
Pretty
Okay.
much.
And how big was it?
It was just a small, like, line.
Very small, right?
Yes, sir.
Like almost like a pinpoint or something?
A little bigger than a pinpoint, but not a lot.
Okay. And does the blue star reaction necessarily mean it's blood?
No, it's just a presumptive test.
Now, did you take pictures of that spot before you had turned the lights off and sprayed it with the blue star?
Yeah.
And did you take pictures of that spot with the lights off, glowing blue with the blue star chemical on
I
it?
did.
And did you make those images available to detectives?
I did.
And is it detectives who ultimately make the decision about what particular things in the case need follow up?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just one more. And just not to belabor the point, but that was one of those things that didn't need follow-up, correct?
I didn't believe it did.
Follow question I got. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
There you go.
All right, you are excused, sir. Thank you. Thank you. think it's a good time for a short comfort break unless you want to. Okay, I'm getting head shakes, yes. So again, we're gonna take a short comfort break. You're gonna remain here in the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research and meet in this short time. Don't expose yourself to any media or social media. All right, let's take 15 minutes. We'll be back at 11. Okay. And I'm thinking with Detective Lemons, it's probably going to get us to the lunch hour for the jury. So just kind of bearing that in mind, scheduling wise. But otherwise, I'll see you back here at 11. We're in recess.
Your Honor, what time did the court want to take the lunch break? Because I suspect that Detective Lemons will go longer than that.
Well,
Oh,
Maybe about 4 hours.
absolutely. We're not going to finish Detective Lemons before a lunch break at anything that could reasonably be called lunchtime.
okay.
So she will, if we start her now, she'll go over.
Okay.
On the other hand,
So-
I don't know whether people want to take a lunch break at 10:45, so whatever the court wants to do.
The time right now I have a quarter to 11. So we're going to start up again at 11. We're going to go into an hour or so, an hourish. So my folks who are dealing with the jurors, let's figure we're going to break for lunch for them between 12 and 12:30. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
question. Now we're in recess. 22-03364, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Simon. We took a break and we're about to resume now for testimony, continued testimony. Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Judge.
All right, please bring out the jurors.
Jurors entering.
All right, thank you. So as the jurors are being seated, thank you very much. I welcome you back from our break. And just to confirm, no one's discussed the case or seen any news stories or media. All right. So we are going to begin now, and we'll turn to the state to call its next witness.
Marion Lemons.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury on the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good morning, Detective. When you're ready, Mr. Dean.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, I'm Marion Lemons. It's Marian, Lemons, Lemmons.
And where are you from?
Richmond Hill.
And did you go to high school in Richmond Hill?
Did?
Are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Not currently.
Okay, but do you work for the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. When did you join the Chatham County Police Department?
Late 2018.
And can you describe your education leading up to joining the police department?
Yes. In May of 2018, I graduated from University of Georgia with a bachelor's in criminal justice.
And when did you go to the police academy?
Late 2018.
Okay. Had you already been hired on by the Chatham County Police Department at that point?
Yes.
And they sent you to the academy?
Yes.
And when did you finish the academy?
December of 2018.
And from that point, what did you begin doing for the Chatham County Police Department?
I did about a year and a half on patrol.
And after patrol, did you move into any specialized unit?
Yes, I went to the detectives unit.
And what do you all call the detectives unit formerly at Chatham County Police Department?
The Criminal Investigations Division, or CID.
I want to ask you just a couple questions about the organization of CID at this point. Okay. Can you tell us about the organization and staffing of it? Who comprises the detectives unit or CID?
So in that division, there are several detectives who are general crimes detectives. We investigate everything. There's 2 sergeants who oversee us. There was a lieutenant at that time, and then a captain.
And how does CID become involved in any given case?
Typically, we are kind of like the follow-up unit. When a patrol officer goes out to a scene, they collect the initial information, and if it needs additional follow-up, it'll be sent over to the detectives unit. Or, like in this case, if something immediate and urgent is happening, a detective will respond out.
Now, As of October 2022, how long had you been with CID again?
About 2 years.
Okay. And what, if any, training had you gotten to that point, October of 2022, in the way of homicide investigations?
I have taken, I believe it was in 2021, I took the homicide investigations course with GIPSTIC, which is the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. It's kind of like the mother agency for law enforcement in Georgia.
Okay. And can you describe that course for us? How long was it?
It was 5 days, and it was at the center in Forsyth County.
Had
Or
you
city,
taken?
excuse me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was in Forsyth City.
Okay. As of October 2022, had you taken any other pertinent courses at GIPSTIC?
At GIPSTIC, I also took Child First, which is a course kind of showing the best practices for interviewing children. And I've also taken interviews and interrogations, probably some other minor ones up to that point.
Can you describe what you mean by the best practices for interviewing children through the Child First training that you mentioned?
Yeah, so interviewing children and adults is different. You want to be kind of broad with your questioning. Children are hyperactive too, so you want to make sure you can keep them on, track.
Now, this Child First child interview training, how did you end up going to that? Did you volunteer or were you voluntold, as they sometimes say?
Volunteer.
And why was that?
So, like I said, our unit's general crimes, but we do kind of specialize. At that time, I had an interest in working child crimes. So any training I could get on the subject, I wanted to go to.
And as of 2020, October of 2020, did you have any collateral duties involving crimes against children?
In 2020?
As of October 2022, were you involved in the investigation of crimes against children?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yep. So at that point, I was a part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigations Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which mainly focuses on child exploitation. I also did a large number of child abuse and child molestation cases.
In your normal capacity as a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as of October 2022, you had investigated child abuse cases.
Yes,
And had you investigated child deaths?
I had.
And had you investigated homicides?
I have.
And had you investigated any child abductions?
No.
And why is that?
They very rarely happen, if ever.
Now, your current positions, what are you doing currently?
I'm currently at the counter narcotics team.
Okay. What is the counter narcotics team?
It is a joint task force in Chatham. It's a collection of different law enforcement officers from different agencies in the area investigating narcotics.
And how long have you been with the counter narcotics team?
About 10 months.
Do you guys call that CNT?
We do.
Is that why when I asked you at the outset, are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department, you said no?
Yes.
Okay, so you're tasked out to CNT,
Yes.
but you still get paid
Still in.
by,
Yes.
by Chatham County Police?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a task force officer with any other task forces other than the counter narcotics team?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes. Beginning last year, I was a task force officer with the Federal Bureau of Investigations Child Crime Unit.
And are you still on that task force?
I am.
And how did you get involved in that?
So I had expressed my interest in working those kind of crimes, and I had worked jointly with the local FBI office on several cases, and I was asked to come over.
Now, with that background, I want to ask you about October 5th, okay? And I first want to ask you about the scene. Did you respond to 535 Buckhalter Road?
I did.
On October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. I think we heard one witness say that you may have been the first detective for CID present on the scene. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Who was there from CID before you?
Detective Wilkins and Detective Noble.
Okay. And about what time of day did you arrive? Best of your recollection.
I believe it was after 12.
Okay. So when you got there, I'd like to ask you some questions to just kind of set the scene.
Yep.
Who was there and what was going on?
So by the time I got there, both Detective Wilkins and Noble were there. Our forensics team had the drone up and they were beginning kind of a grid search with patrol officers. And we had several outside agencies coming to assist in the grid search.
Outside agencies, who are we talking about?
Yeah, we had a bloodhound, I believe, from Beaufort or maybe Liberty County out there that was trying to track. We had mounted patrol from Savannah was out there. Our Marine Patrol unit was out there, and I believe the sheriff's office as well.
Mounted patrol, meaning horse
Horses,
patrol?
yes,
All hands on deck.
yes.
Did you yourself ever enter the residence during your period of time on scene?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
I asked Sergeant Stewart to kind of give me a layout where everyone was staying, what the house looked like, since he was already familiar with it.
And did you go in, where did you go in and what did you look at?
I went through the front door into the main living area for the family and looked at where Quinton's playpen was.
And what did you make of the playpen when you looked at it? Any observations that you remember?
It was covered in stains, specifically, a large one on the pillow.
And what did that stain to you appear to be?
Vomit.
And did it smell like vomit to you?
Yes, immediately when I walked through the front door, I smelled vomit.
One moment, please. I'd like to pull up a picture for you. Now, this is image 30 from State's Exhibit 10. Is this the pack and play that you're describing, looking at?
Yes.
You said it was covered in stains. Can you point us to any of those in this image?
So, there's some on the lip right here that I could see, and then on the actual bedding, there were several stains.
Okay, so all this stuff around the edge there, did that appear to you to just be kind of general grime and dirtiness?
Yes.
Did it appear to you to be blood?
No, I was thinking more like Cheeto fingers and the kid touching the side.
Okay, as someone who was actually in the room and looked at it, that's what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Now, this is image 32 from State's Exhibit 10. And Officer Schenker, I think, said it appears redder on the screen than it appeared in the residence. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I have published a paper version for the jury just by kind of getting a little Van White here.
Yes.
And actually, pass that around. Just to be clear, did this substance appear to you to be blood?
No.
You said it looked like vomit.
Smelled like vomit. Yeah.
Now, I would like to play for you a brief portion of what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 2 and identified as Sergeant Bobby Stewart's body-worn camera footage. Was your observation of the pack and play captured on his body-worn camera?
It was.
And did you make any statements while looking at it, at the pack and play, about what it smelled like?
Yes, I immediately said it smelled like vomit.
Smelled like vomit? I'm trying to get just right to the right spot here.
Is that the exhibit? Is that the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, you can hand that back to the state's table.
Okay. It's not mine anymore, John. It belongs to the clerk, so I'll bring it back up.
All right, thank you.
All right. This is State's Exhibit 2, correct?
I'm not sure on the number, but I do remember seeing it.
Okay. In any case, what's the timestamp in the top right corner?
It is 12/31/20.
All right, what are we going to hear you say in this bit that we're going to play?
That it smells like vomit.
I can't stand the smell, so I'm staying down here. They got them on that porch. They're not in the house.
It smells like vomit.
All right, I've stopped the playback at 12:31:50 on the timestamp in the top right corner of State's Exhibit 2. Did you see anything that looked like blood in the residence that night?
No.
Now, in State's Exhibit 3, slide 27. What time are we at here?
This is 12:43:12.
And is that you on the far right?
It is.
And who are you talking to here?
I'm talking to Captain Wright, who's in the green shirt with the investigations unit, Captain Fandrich, Lieutenant Thompson, and Lieutenant Foster.
And what is going on at this time?
I'm informing them of our game plan, which was to move Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, and Leilani Simon to our main precinct for interviews.
And did that happen shortly after this exchange?
It did.
Okay. How was that arranged logistically?
Some of the patrol officers on scene drove the adults over.
And did they all agree to go in?
They did.
Now, where did you all go? I know you've mentioned it by some kind of shorthand.
Yep.
The precinct or something like that. But can you describe in a little more detail where this place is and what it is?
It's the Chatham County Police Headquarters on Chatham Parkway at 295 Police Memorial.
And why did you all want to go there?
So we had people showing up on scene, just more patrol officers, more search parties, and then some of the family members were also showing up, and we wanted to take the people that were living at the residence at the time that this occurred and get thorough interviews with each one of them.
Now, before we leave the scene, I want to ask you about what happened to the pillow and pillowcase and the pack and play that we were just looking at. I believe Officer Schenker testified that that was taken into evidence.
Yes,
And was the entire pack and play taken as well?
yes,
Okay. Now, was that pillow and pillowcase and pack and play put into the property room or evidence room at the Chatham County Police Department?
it was.
And did you eventually sign it out?
I did.
And did you give it to FBI agent Savannah Solomon?
Yes,
And was that so that she could send it to the FBI lab for potential forensic analysis?
yes, it had to be shipped to Quantico, Virginia.
And you were the one that signed it out and gave it to her?
I believe it was me, yes.
Now, how many interview rooms did you all have operational at the Chatham County Police Department at this time, October 5th?
So there's only one room that's set up for audio and visual recording.
And how is that room set up for audio and visual recording?
So there's a metal desk. I think it was metal at that time. There's a desk in the middle and then several cameras that are pointing towards one specific wall with whoever that you're interviewing sits against.
Now, is the entirety of the precinct that you're describing open to the public? Like if somebody off the street walks in and wants to walk around, can they access every part of the precinct?
No, they can't.
Can you describe what you mean?
Yep. So that precinct shares a building with the tag office. And once you get to the police side of it, there's locked doors with the police insignia on front. You can't get past those unless you have a key card. And then specifically where our interview room is, there's an additional set of locked doors you have to get through.
Now, past those locked doors into the police side, where the interview room is, are there sensitive areas in there?
Yes.
Can you describe what those are?
Well, we have patrol officer offices for all of the command staff is there as well. Forensics is in there. We have our secured property room and records and dispatch.
Okay. So when a normal citizen is back there, is it routine for them to be chaperoned or monitored by a police officer at all times?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, was the defendant already there?
To the precinct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything that you did between leaving the scene and getting to the precinct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why she was already there when you got there?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that you did between leaving the scene, 535 Buckhalter, and going to the precinct?
So I was told that there was a older child, I believe he was around 3 years old, Zane, and I wanted to speak with him as well as some family members.
And where was he?
Zane had been brought over to the babysitter, Michelle's residence by that time.
And where is that in relation to this house, 535 Buckhalter?
It's across the street about a block away.
Okay. Did you walk there or drive?
I think I just walked.
Okay. Did you make contact with Zane there?
I did.
And his last name is?
Wharton.
Did you attempt to talk to him,
I did.
interview him?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that went?
It was on
First of all, what were you trying to ask him?
just if he knew where Quinton was. I think I asked if he knew where Quinton likes to hide. I don't know if anything happened last night.
And was that interview productive in any way?
No.
Can you describe what you mean?
Zane was showing me how fast he could run at that time. So his focus was not on me. And it was hard to get him to acknowledge me, not only to answer my questions, but to just acknowledge my existence.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the interview or attempted interview with Zane was kind of a bust?
It was
And again, how old was he at the time?
at 3.
But you tried.
I did.
And again, you have specific training to interview children.
Yes,
And it just did not work.
it did not.
Now, at the scene, we saw an image of the public information officer in Sergeant Stewart's body worn camera slides. What's her name?
Betsy Nolan.
Okay. Why was she there?
So anytime there's a critical incident, Ms. Nolan will usually do some sort of press release or she'll respond to any media requests for us.
And did media show up to the scene that day at some point?
They did.
Okay. And they had to be kind of held off to the ends of the street to keep the scene secure.
Yeah, at that point, we would have had a grid search in that entire area. So we needed the media to go somewhere specific instead of responding to the scene itself.
Is it normal for the public information officer to come out to deal with them?
Yes,
Because they want to know what's going on.
yes.
And she's the one that's responsible for giving a statement from the police department to the media.
Yeah, and then relaying any information about what the media needs to put out. At this case, it was a missing child. So she needed them to put out, has anyone seen this child?
Anything unusual or nefarious about Betsy Nolan, the PIO, having been out there? at
No.
this scene? Okay. All right. So when you get to the precinct for these interviews, Daniel, Paul, and Leilani are already there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where were they, the three of them?
When I got there, Daniel was in our main interview room. Leilani was in a spare room that we also used as a lactation or nursing room. And then Paul was in a conference room
Why were they all in separate rooms?
because we needed to get their statement individually without any other influence.
And were they transported there separately in the first place?
I'm not entirely sure.
Who interviewed who?
Yeah, so at that point, we had Agent Snyder's team had joined us. So we had a FBI agent and a detective paired off. So Agent Brad Snyder and I interviewed Leilani. Agent Solomon, Savannah Solomon, and Detective Noble interviewed Daniel Youngkin. And then Paul Simon was interviewed by Special Agent Burns and Detective Wilkins.
I want to ask you kind of a technical question about the indictment here. There are a number of false statement charges in the indictment.
Yes.
Have you reviewed it?
I have.
And it is an element of the false statements offense in Georgia that the matter that the person was being questioned about was within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate the disappearance of a child who lives in Chatham County?
Yes.
Thank you. So you have these local and federal teams, and you said you were paired up with Special Agent Snyder.
Yes.
And what was the first thing that y'all did?
So Agent Snyder and I had not spoken to Leilani at that point. We wanted to hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
And did you conduct an interview with her at that point, sometime shortly after your arrival?
We did.
And where was that interview conducted?
In the lactation / spare room.
And who all was there?
Myself, Leilani, and Agent Snyder.
And was that interview recorded?
It was,
How was it recorded?
I recorded it on my cell phone.
How was your cell phone positioned during this?
Yeah, I did a video recording and kind of just set it down on the table, and the camera angles facing up at the ceiling tiles.
Now, what was the goal of this initial interview? What were y'all looking for?
To hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
Okay. And did you ask her for an account of her day on October 4th and her night on October 4th and the early morning hours of October 5th?
Yes,
And did she give that to you?
she did.
To the best of your recollection, I know I'm asking you to kind of summarize a lot, but what was that account?
So she described getting her wisdom teeth pulled, returning home with Daniel, eventually getting the kids, getting them, together that night. She talked about laying down to sleep that night. Her tooth started hurting, so she left to get Orajel.
And what time was she saying that Orajel trip was at?
Around 1.
And where was she saying that she had gone to get that Orajel?
To the Chevron gas station.
And where is the Chevron gas station that she was referring to?
I believe it's 4800 Okeechee Road.
Is it the one that we were looking at in the pictures with Officer Schenker?
Yes,
The one right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
yes.
And who was she saying that she had gotten Orajel from?
Her former coworker, Misty.
Now, you've seen the statement the recorded statement that Lieutenant Foster got from her on scene?
Yes.
Was her story to you about this Oragel trip that you're talking about, her providing in the lactation room initially, was it substantially the same as what she had told him on scene?
Yes.
Now, in this this first interview in the lactation room, did she mention anything about a trip to her drug dealer earlier in the night?
No.
Was she asked about her brother Paul's whereabouts through the night?
Yes.
And as best you can remember, what did she say?
I believe she described him returning home that night from work and maybe stopping in to say hello and then going upstairs to his room for the remainder of the night.
Was she asked about Danny's, her boyfriend Danny's whereabouts and activity through the night, say from, I don't know, 11 p.m. on or something like that?
Yes.
And what did she say about that, as best you remember?
That he was in bed. I believe she said they were watching a movie
Okay. Well, all night or what point in time?
before they went to sleep,
Okay.
around 12:30.
And was she putting him in bed asleep after that point?
Yes.
Was she asked about when Quinton went to bed and where?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say about that?
That around 10:30, she'd put him in his pack and play for the night. He took about 40 minutes kind of doing a babbling, crying until he finally fell asleep.
Was she asked about any drug use
She
that
was.
she might have engaged in that night?
Yes.
And what does she have to say about that?
I believe at that point she said that she had smoked weed.
Did she mention any other drugs?
No.
Okay. Do you see in front of you, first of all, a disc marked as States Exhibit 12?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the 911 call from the communication center.
Is this something that you eventually obtained and incorporated into your case file?
Yes.
And does that include a certificate of authenticity from the 911 communication center?
It does.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 12.
Okay, it is admitted.
All right, so this is the disc containing the audio of the 911 call that kicked this whole investigation off, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish a portion of this recording at this time.
All right, please proceed.
And I'm going to play from the very beginning to about 45 seconds in.
9:38:37 seconds, October 5, 2022. What's your emergency?
Yeah, I need to come 535 Buck Halter Road. We believe it's from kidnapped.
535 Bull Halter?
Yeah.
You said someone's been kidnapped?
Yeah, we.
Your 1-year-old son?
All right, so I've stopped the playback at 45 seconds in. That file's a few minutes longer, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the remainder of that is mostly Daniel Youngkin talking?
Yes.
And is that the male voice that we heard on there as well?
It is.
And there's also some of the defendant providing biographical information about her son.
Yes.
And which son did she say it was?
Quinton Simon.
At some point during the investigation, did you learn Quinton Simon's birthday?
I did.
And what was it?
It's 1/8/21.
1/8/21. So that would that put him at 20 months old on October 4th, 5th of 2022.
Yes.
So that's the initial statement that gets the police involved to begin with from the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And what time was that call made? Did you catch it?
I believe it was 9:40.
You want me to play it again?
Yes.
9:38:37 seconds, October 5, 2000.
What time was that call?
9:38 a.m.
All right, so let's go back to the lactation room and your first interview. You mentioned you recorded that on your phone.
Yes.
Is that the only interview you conducted of the defendant on that day?
No.
All right. Do you see in front of you an envelope containing a thumb drive, the envelope being marked as State's Exhibit 13?
Yes. Yes.
Now, broadly speaking, what's on this thumb drive?
It was the October 5th interviews of Leilani Simon.
Okay. Do those recordings, they're video recordings, correct?
Yes.
From the lactation room on your phone, right?
Yes.
And then later from the interview room?
Yes.
Okay. Do those recordings fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
They do.
Now, have those ones been altered or modified in any way?
They've been redacted to comply with the court's orders.
Okay, so some portions have been taken out.
Yes.
All right. At this point, I would like to publish what is on that. Well, let me offer it. I'd like to introduce that, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 13.
No objections, subject to the redactions, Judge.
Exhibit 13 is admitted subject to the redactions.
All right. I'd like to now publish what is on this thumb drive as lactation room first video. That'd be okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
And actually, as I open it up, I realized that this is a 28-minute video and it is 11:45. Would the court like me to proceed or not?
The next video is close to 30 minutes long. We can play that now, or we can hold it until after lunch. Okay, the general consensus is head yeses, and we can move on. So let's go ahead and hear that video, see that video.
My name is Brad Snyder. I work with the FBI. We've worked together a lot. We'll chat and meetings anytime they can. So you respond to something. That's the FBI.
That's why he's here. Detective Lemons, I haven't met you yet. I wasn't at the scene earlier, but I just wanted to come here and talk to him and get some more information too, okay? Will you spell your name for us?
It's Leilani.
Leini?
Just one more time, I'm sorry.
Leilani.
And what's your last name?
Simon.
Two M's or just one? What's your date of birth?
11/30/95.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything you're having. We can't imagine the emotion that you're feeling right now. But as difficult as it is, just 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday, just
I was
tell me your,
dentist getting my wisdom tooth pulled.
okay.
About this coming today.
Did you have your son with you?
No, I let a babysitter to go to work and I left because of the amount of pain that I had. So I just went there and I had them keep the kids.
Where are you working right now?
Eclipse IA, Port Whitworth,
Eclipse, what type of work is that?
warehouse,
Warehouse.
loading, and all that stuff. Or whatever. So I called the babysitter and I stayed home a little bit longer. All the kids, she had all three of them. Because I was loopy. And I was hurting. I wanted to go home and nap. So
Did they give you any sort of hydrocodone or anything for the pain?
ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen?
800 milligram, I went to spend $15 on 800 milligram ibuprofen. That's all I went. So I went home, I took a nap, we came out
How do you
to
think that was?
we officially got about 2, a little bit after 2. I had about an hour and a half nap before we got up and got things going to go pick up the kids. And I made spaghetti before we picked them up, and it's still in the fridge at the house. We went and picked them up, I gave them all a bath. We had food. I sent Danny out to Red Box to get a movie for the kids and all of them to watch tonight. So that's there too. And I put them down to bed and Quinn he's a talker. He doesn't cry when he's tired. He just talks, babbles. So he lays there and talks to himself and it takes him about 40 minutes to fall asleep. He's over there, blah, 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 blah. We're however long it is. You know, he probably fell asleep. It probably was 2:30. When he finished, baths, dinner, cleaning up, all that stuff was done for about 9:30, a little bit of TV time, and then, bed. We went to bed. Oh, my mouth was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. I called Circle K to see if they had orange out. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. Who has a lot of mouth problems, and that's sure she had any origin. I met her up there at the Chevron. And about called her and got back and went back home. Y'all, it's gone 12 minutes. I got it for my Life 360. I can show y'all right around everything that's on the left bills I get back. Got home, put it in my mouth, checked on all the kids again, they were all good.
What time was that?
It was 1:25. I looked at my app when they asked me to. Now I got home. And I was going 12 minutes. Literally what it showed. And I go there, put it there. I checked the kids. Everybody's kind of sky. She fell asleep on the couch. Quinton knocked out like this in his playpen and Zane with a tablet on his chest that I wasn't touching. And so I go to bed. I'll wake up about 9. Almost 9. And I was supposed to go to work, but because of this, I was just going to stay home today. Which is why none of the kids had the babysitters. So, my front door was partially open, but I was leaving that wide open. The door's never open unless somebody is up. Normally, ever. So I get up and I go shut it. Not even thinking nothing about it. I just got out of bed. The door's open. Let me shut the door. And I turn around and check on the kids. Sky's there. Zane's there. Quinton's not there. So I searched the house, under the bed, behind the couches, and the closets, and the cabinets, outside, everywhere. The pool, everything. Couldn't find them. I called Jeremy. Did you take him to the babysitters just to give me an easier day or something? Did you forget to tell me, or did you tell me and I not remember? He's like, no, he was there. He was sleeping in the playroom with this morning. I was like, well, he's not there. So then I called the cops and I called Michelle, which is the babysitter, to try to help me look a little bit farther out. Because I got 2 kids at the house and my brother was asleep. And I had 2 kids and it was just me searching and screaming. And I couldn't find anything at all. I couldn't even find this comfy hat. Put it in the bed.
You can find his
Couldn't find his cup.
cup.
And then he had a little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal toy. He went to bed with. I wasn't in the bed either.
Does Quinton take any medication at all? Does he have to receive?
No, he only had one medical issue, which when hopefully fix itself by the time he reached the age of 10. And it's that one of the arteries, one of the main arteries to his heart, doesn't pump like it's supposed to. And that's the only issue he had at all. This boy was walking before he was even 7 months old. It's a smart little boy.
Has he ever, describe me his bed? Is it like a crib or
A playpen.
A playpen.
We did playpen for him.
Has he ever gotten out of the playpen before on his own? So he doesn't.
He cannot get up on his own. The boy can't even get his foot up there if he tried.
He can't step on something. There's nothing in the crib.
Nothing in the crib but a pillow and a blanket. And that's the only thing he had. The only time that he's ever managed to get out of it was with my oldest son's help. He'd come and grab the side of the playpen and look quick as he put him out. And put him into the bottom for my oldest. And he comes grab that playpen and snatch it down and get his brother on out. But the playpen's always knocked over when that happens. Everything's out of it. The part that you lay on the, you know, whatever, out of it. Everything's out of it. Nothing was flipped over. Nothing was missed. Nothing. Oh.
And you have full custody appointment?
No, my mother does.
Okay.
I found myself in a very hard situation where my boyfriend at the time left me and I got done with a job and my car broke down with me, so I had transportation. So I voluntarily signed over in temporary custody to my mother until I could get up on my feet. I've just now recently got to where at the end of this month we're supposed to be going to put money down in the house. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom all of us. So after that happened, we were going to begin the process of getting me back because he had legal rights.
And your mom lives with you?
That's her house that we were at. And I was like, since she has temporary custody, you know, I wanted to make sure, we would all want to make sure that we were, the kids were, they were supposed to be legally by the book, you know, because like I could have had to move up to North Carolina, even though it's a little 2-bedroom apartment. I could have done that after, but I mean, I was homeless for 2 months before I even got that. So, you're be okay, y'all.
I know.
It's so little, it's so sweet. It's so sweet.
I can't imagine what you're going through. And I wish I had some tissue. Do you have any tissue right here? Is that any tissue?
No, I got cigarettes that don't need any clothes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I broke it.
What is that?
I broke it.
How do you go?
The air motor, I broke it.
I just, you know, we're going to, you can rest assured, you know, that everybody working this is going to do everything feasibly possible to help find your son. Okay?
My father, him and I have never been in terms since before I found out I was pregnant. We stopped talking, and 3 weeks later I found out I was pregnant. So, like,
What is his name?
the father's name is Henry Moss.
Okay.
He goes by Bubba.
Okay.
And,
When was the last time you saw him?
I haven't seen him in over a year.
Does he know where you live?
He does. Because I try not to be like every mother out there. So when I moved back down here and I knew that it was substantially closer to where he stayed at, I was just like, well, this is where I'm at. If you want to see your son, let me know. Here's his address. Where if all he was trying to do was use Quinton as an excuse to get in my pants. So I stopped denying him to visit his son.
When did you do that?
4 months, 5 months ago.
4 or 5 months.
Started denying him. Started ignoring him. You know, just we blocked him on everything. The Facebook that I have tried to pull up now is the new one that he recently sent me a friend request for, so I can see if I try to get in contact with him, but I'm blocked on that. So I have no contacts, I have no numbers.
Are those still on your phone?
Huh?
Or are those messages still on your phone, maybe?
I don't know if it's still on that phone. I have multiple different phones. I have like 3 Facebooks.
Yeah. Do you have your phones here?
They're.
Okay. Do you mind if we get the password to your phone so we can look it up?
Okay. Yeah, you can search it up. I tried to pull it up.
Is it a drawing or is it just numbers?
Oh, it's 1864.
1864?
Mm-hmm.
1864.
I don't know about messages because that phone, like I said, it's a phone that I used for my mother after my mom broke. And I didn't have to make new accounts. So I'm not too sure if it's on that account
Gotcha.
or if it's on the other account. But I know when I try to search them up today to try to show the officers or whatever, because one of the last messages I remember getting it from him said, "You do not deserve to have Quinton. I'm gonna get a paternity test and I'm gonna take my child." Yeah.
Henry said that.
Yes.
Bubba said that.
Bubba said that. Bubba Moss.
When did he say that?
Yes.
When?
3 weeks ago. And then today was the first time that my babysitter, when I heard her talk.
I paused it at 11 minutes and 54 seconds in. I just want to ask you some questions about what the defendant just said there. Can you just sort of recap for us what she was saying about these supposed Facebook messages from Quinton's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yeah, she was describing Henry Moss's Facebook account that they had been communicating, and that he had been saying that he was going to take Quinton after he gets a paternity test.
And she was saying those messages had been sent when in relation to this interview?
I believe those specific ones she said a few weeks prior.
Okay. Now, did you look in her phone that day?
I did.
And were you able to see any messages along those lines in her Facebook?
No.
Was she able to pull them up and show them to you?
No.
Did you at some point obtain a search warrant for her Facebook records or a portion thereof?
Yes,
And did you send that to Facebook?
I did.
And did they send you some information in response?
They did.
Some of her Facebook records?
Yes.
Were you able to find those messages that she's describing in the Facebook records that you got back?
No.
And I'll resume playback at 11 minutes, 54 seconds where I left off, Your Honor.
Okay.
Call Sarah, but she's seen cars sitting in front of my house quite a few bit recently. And I looked at her and said, "Why didn't you tell me about that?" I told your mother, but she didn't tell me I'm the one here.
Yeah.
I could have been more cautious if I felt like somebody was watching the house.
Now, every question that we ask, I promise you, you're going to think that, we're intruding on your privacy, but I can assure you, every question that we ask has a purpose to try to figure out, every feasible possible angle there is to this case. So with that, we're not looking to get you in trouble for past drug use, for past drug abuse, but it's important.
Listen,
Okay.
hey, whatever medicine they chopped up in my mouth yesterday.
So do you owe any debts to anybody? Do you have anybody that you?
I don't owe money to nobody.
No drugs.
No, I do not borrow. I do not front. I don't do anything like that. I don't owe anybody any money at all.
How much marijuana? How frequently would you say you use marijuana?
Once a night.
Once a night?
It's always right before I go to bed. When kids are asleep, everything's handled, dishes, food, kitchen. Time for my husband to go to sleep, I have severe anxiety.
And where do you get the marijuana from? Do you purchase it yourself or do you get it through?
I purchased it myself. There's been times that I've gone to the dispensaries and I've been CBD actual, and that's what I've been doing a lot lately. I think the last time I bought actually off the street, probably 3 weeks ago, and it was nothing but eggs. Because I've been trying to use the dispensaries around the house.
So nobody has any sort of
Debt.
motives to do any harm to you, to get back at you because you owe them money. And going back to your time in North Carolina, there's nobody that would want to cause harm to you or to your family that you can think of. Any person that you got sideways with when you were running with the wrong crowd? Is there nobody like that at all?
No. I know Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I moved up there to be with him. Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I know that I have caught him cheating multiple times. I have been in contact with his exes before because of it. I remember I might do pull-up messages where his ex was pretty much saying that send him on back home. I miss my best friend. It's a long paragraph. Like I can't really tell you, but I told Cheryl, I was like, he's a good man. He's a good husband. He's a good father. And you don't miss out, is what I told her. So any type of altercations between me and somebody else out there would have been over him and probably took some other woman. But at that time, I didn't never have my kids touch me. I never had my kids touch me. Nobody even knew them. I didn't even know what they looked like. So, I mean, I'm confused.
And who all lives in the house that's your mother's? Who lives there? I understand the kids, but adults.
Paul.
Paul, who is Paul?
Is my little brother.
That's your brother. Who's the gentleman that was sitting here with you? Okay.
And then Daniel and me.
And Daniel is
my fiance. And then my stepdad and my mom.
Is that?
And 3 dogs. And the kids.
Tell me about Paul. What does Paul do?
I just got a job with me at the warehouse. He's honestly studying to take his ASVAB to take. I'm just going to do really different. Whatever. I haven't had much communication with my brother over the past year. He went down different roads. I went down different roads. Me and my mom were all on and off, on and off. So like, I distanced myself from the family, which is kind of where North Carolina came in the world. He just finished his GED. He works 2 to 10 shifts.
So he goes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, comes home at 10 o'clock at night?
Yeah, so like he's leaving, normally it's like 1:20 when he leaves. And by the time he gets home, it's like about 10:30.
Is he driving himself there?
Yeah, he drives a white Silverado at the house. He's which is my stepdad's truck. My brother just got permission to use it. I'm supposed to be taking him to go pick up his truck from Midway sometimes in a week.
Is that part of the house now?
Yes.
Okay.
The Silverado's at the house and my Dodge is at the house.
And Paul was at the house when Quinton was missing?
Yeah, because I got up and I started yelling and screaming for anybody and everybody, please just come help me. I couldn't find them.
Where was he?
My brother was upstairs in his room. And I just went there and started yelling, please come help me, I can't find Quinton. I think one of the very first things I said to him was, please tell me for some weird reason you got him upstairs. We gotta make another child.
Is Quinton a kid that, I know you mentioned he talks himself to sleep. Does he cry? Does he cry himself to sleep over?
He's like I can't even explain it. He just lays there babbling. He goes on and on and on. Like, most of the time it's not even words. And it is his mama E.T. play.
What kind of relationship does Paul have with Quinton?
They're playful. When Paul gets home, if I need help, he is very helpful with the kids. If I need him to watch the kids while I'm cooking, if I need him, anything like that, cleaning wise, or he'll just go in there and lay on the floor and play with them with the kids, and with the dog and the kids and the toys. That's normally it though. Maybe hang out and play an hour more a day. Because normally I kind of try to keep all my kids inside of the house, but I was on installed up running through the house trying to clean up everything all day long.
Any reason at all for Paul to leave the house after he got home? What time he gets off work at 10, so what time do you normally get home?
At 10:30, and then he gives his friend a ride home and goes like 11.
So what time did you get home last night?
10:40.
10:40. Do you know whether he left the house after 10:40?
He didn't go nowhere.
So from 10:40 until you went and woke him up at about 9 o'clock.
He was upstairs in his room.
And no indication that he left. You didn't hear the door open. Nothing.
No door opening. The truck didn't even look like it was moved in the slightest way at all.
So from your perspective, 100% Paul was at the house from 10:40 until you woke him up this morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What was Paul's initial reaction when you went up and said, hey, Quinton's missing? And
And then he jumped up and he kind of looked like freaking out. He was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean Quinton's missing? I was like, he's missing. I can't find him. Come help me. And I started running back down the stairs. And opening closets, because I know there's closets and everything. Under the sinks, everything. And Paul was out there running and chasing and looking. And finally looked at him. I was like, come on.
So the first phone call that went out, was that a phone call that Paul made or a call that you made?
The first phone call that went out was the one that I made to Danny. When I got up and I shut the door and I went and checked on the kids and I noticed that he wasn't there. That was the very first phone call that went out about Quinton being gone. The second one would have been to Michelle or whatever. And when she said that she didn't see anybody coming to the house and nobody pick them up, didn't see nothing like that. And then she came over and tried to help look as well. And she was like, "You want to check the closets again?" I was like, "We should call the cops. We're gonna call the cops." Call the cops. The cops were called by 9:30.
And you made that call?
Yes. I'm gonna call the
Okay. Did Danny make any calls?
He attempted, I think he was trying to, but something was going on with his phone. Which is why I was wondering if making the call.
And let's talk about Danny. So how long have you and Danny been dating? Or have you been engaged?
We've been together for almost 2 years, engaged for the past year.
So Danny and Bubba, they're aware of each other?
They have never met or spoke to each other at all. Never. I don't even think. I know Danny knows what Bubba looks like. Bubba don't know what Danny looks like. That I know of. I'm aware of. So there has been no altercations between Danny or the other fathers to my kids. There's no altercations between them at all. I try to be the middle person about everything.
So what's Danny's routine? Any given day, what's his daily routine? What does he do?
His daily routine, if we gotta work, he's up normally about 5. He gets ready to start taking the kids to babysitters about 5:30. Because normally I'm going to sleep another 2 minutes. Because I said, "No, we're going to get dressed." Then we go to work. We get off.
You don't ride to work together?
Yes, we work the same shift, 6 to 2. 6 a.m. to 2:30.
Today just happened to be your day off.
Today just happened to be, I was to school yesterday and I wasn't going to work. So, about that, when he gets off, we can't leave the warehouse at all once we get there. So there's no going out for summer for lunch or nothing like that. So when he gets off, we normally stop by the convenience store, gas station, or whatever, something to drink, snacks, sometimes snacks for the kids or dinner. And then we go straight from there to picking up the kids. We pick up the kids and we go home. Daddy normally cooks dinner while I'm getting the kids adjusted from getting home. So when I take them inside.
Last night, did he cook the spaghetti last night? Or
No, I cooked the spaghetti last night because no seasoning.
No seasoning.
No seasoning.
So when Danny got home from work last night, at what time?
4:30. No, it was we left work together yesterday for my wisdom tooth because I knew I wasn't gonna be able to drive. They were gonna judge me or whatever. So we were home early yesterday. We didn't pick up the kids until 4:30. I wanted that. Because getting before we were there.
What did y'all do when you got from the time you got home until 4:30? Y'all just hanging out, the two of you at that?
We did clean up laundry, setting the meat up for us. We got cutting up the sausages and mushrooms or whatever.
And y'all were there at the house together?
Yeah, we were there together the whole time. I think he went up to the store once for a beer. That was it.
What time would that have been?
Probably 3:45, right before we had the kids.
And then, did he leave the house at any other time between, once you went to get the kids, you came home, you ate the spaghetti, did Danny leave between that time and 5:45 this morning? Never at all. He was at the house the entire time. How do you know that?
Because he was on the bed.
He was beside you.
He was on the bed.
Y'all sleep in the same bed?
We sleep in the same bed. We only have one side of the house. So we got the kitchen that we can only really use to cook in. Obviously, we clean up. We got our bathroom. Then there's the doorway to our bedroom. And that bedroom is just pretty much like one big old studio bedroom. They had one side of the room is like the kids' sleep/living room. And then the other side was our bed. Whatever, that's the only side of the house we ain't got. I can say for a fact that he was there and it was like in bed pissing me off, not helping me do anything this morning.
Now, who physically picked Quinton up and put him in the playpen last night?
And I did. I put him in there after we ate, bathed, bath, everything, laid down, had the tablet set up for him and everything. He was laying there. I should have the tablet. And when I took that away, he was like, for about 40 minutes.
And what time did you take that one away?
9:15.
9:50.
9:52.
Was he asleep at that point, or he was still battling at that
He was
point?
babbling at that point. He didn't fall asleep till about 10:30,
Yeah.
10:40. But then he was still, when I took it away, that's when I was, I can't even make the noises again.
Yeah. So during that time when you hear him battling, you don't go in there and check on it, you just hear it.
Yeah, we hear about it all the time or whatever. The way that it is set up, honestly, checking on it like it's on the bed and see. So I'm just hearing the babble. It's when it gets quiet that I check. That's when I'm worried. So when it got quiet, that's when we went in and checked. I'm 12 something before I left to go get something. Or so I checked again. Sleep.
Where was Danny when he went to?
Thank you. I think we need to take a brief pause. I'm going to ask the jurors to step into the jury room.
Jurors exiting.
Thank you. Everybody have a seat. Tim, what was his number? So it came to my attention, I noticed it, and Mr. Bryant, the clerk, noticed as well that one of the jurors was sleeping. And I was keeping an eye on him, but it seemed to continue. So I thought it was better for us to stop and address it now. I can remind them all of the need to stay awake and to help each other stay awake. But it seems it's pretty early in the day and it seems to be a problem already. So I want to turn to counsel and ask you how you would like to proceed with this. Mr. Hilliard?
Judge, I can just tell you, in the past, when you have long, dull, dry stuff to get through, just chopping it up, whether they want to take a break or not, tends to do that because they have to get up, go do that, come back. So it's the routine breaks are not just, it's to kind of keep them moving and keep them engaged. That's the first thing. The second thing, though, I didn't think about this, but it did come up, and I think we're probably getting to the time delay right now where it may matter, is I don't think it was intentional, but the child's names were mentioned on the record. And I just would like to know if there's any way we could possibly edit that out from going out over the air. I know normally routine is something that we'd redact along the way, so it wouldn't go out, but the names were testified to and dates of birth and things like that. I don't know if there's any way possible to do it. So.
Mr. Dean? Let's first talk about the sleeping juror, and then we'll talk about that. So you want to just remind them to stay awake at this point, and we give it a go, because I also understand too, we're mid-morning. It's a lot to have to listen to.
There's only 3 minutes left in this video. I think we could just press forward and take a lunch break and I don't know, tell them to get coffee if they're coffee drinkers.
Okay. Now, as to the redaction request.
I have no intention of doing that. I mean, these children, their identities and their presence in the house is part of the evidence of the case. I mentioned it in an opening statement. The involvement of other surviving children is one of the reasons that I objected to the presence of cameras in the courtroom to begin with. I understand that based on aspects of Georgia law that impose a strong presumption for open access, that the court made the court's ruling on that. But I don't see any way around it. I'm not going to do an entire trial where I'm referring to these children as ZW and SY. It's just unmanageable.
I'm not asking them to do that. What I'm asking is that their personal identifying information like dates of birth and full names just not be aired. He can do whatever he wants. The request really has more to do with what goes out over the television, Judge. And it doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Dean or his presentation of the evidence. I understand. He can do what he needs to do in here. But that information going out is what my concern is about the children, Dave and Scott.
So I understand that. So are you asking, for instance, that Detective Lemons not use the entire dates of birth of the children?
Not using dates of birth or any personal identifying information, and if the media could just maybe bleep the full names out. I'm not asking them to censor themselves. I understand they have to do what they have to do, but it doesn't have to be aired. That's my only real concern, Judge.
Okay. So I'm hearing dates of births, personal identifying information, and I really don't know anything else. The date of birth, I believe, was given for Quinton, and I understand that. I don't recall hearing that for any of the other children.
I think Zane's full name was given, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I'm not trying to hinder the state in any way, shape, or form. It really has more to do with Zane and Scott, Judge, at this point. So I'm just asking if maybe they could bleep it or modify it or in some way, shape, or form, change what happens before they send it out. I know we're on a 30-minute delay. They have a few minutes where they can do that and at least edit that. That's all I'm asking. It's just to protect the children's identities. And other than that, like I said, I understand the state has to do what it has to do.
First, I do understand that you're not trying to affect how the state presents its case. I get that. And you bring up the point that we do have a 30-minute delay with the media. So I would ask the media to not publish full dates of birth of the children. You can use the birth year, and not to publish first and last names of the other two children.
And that seems reasonable. It doesn't hinder the state and it does protect the children. That's really my only concern in this, Judge.
Okay, very good. We'll proceed in that way. We'll proceed in that way. And so let's, Mr. Dean.
I'm sorry. Far be it from me to intervene on behalf of Court TV here. But I did say their full names in opening statement. That's been released. I think their full names are part of the public record even before we got in here this week. So I don't know, imposing an order on them to redact like a last name every time somebody says it, I think is maybe a little burdensome. And I think it's kind of water under the bridge at this point.
You know, I do think it's burdensome. I do think it's water under the bridge. I think that we're going to proceed as we have been. So I am not going to impose that restriction on the media. It's a 30-minute delay. I'm not going to impose that restriction on the media. That information, some of that information is already in the record at this point. We're going to proceed. Mr. Hilliard, I do understand your concern for the identities of the younger children or the other children being not published, but we're going to proceed as we have been.
I made the record, Judge. I understand.
Thank you, sir. All right. Please bring the jurors out.
Jurors and sworn.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat in the jury box and in the rest of the courtroom as well. The good news as we begin this video is that there's only about 3 minutes or so left. Okay. I'm just going to ask you all, it's really hard and I get it. It's quiet and sometimes things are droning on. Do your best to stay awake and to pay attention to what's here. I know it's difficult, but let's give it a try. And so with that, Mr. Dean.
Just to make the record clear, I stopped the playback at 25 minutes and 12 seconds into the file, and I'll resume it now.
He was on the couch, on the bed. He was on the bed watching something. I can't remember the name. Cops go to heaven, or something about cops in heaven. After like fighting.
This Danny, is he a drug user at all?
Mm-mm.
Not at all.
No. If he anything, if anybody wants to say he doesn't, he drinks. And that's only like a 6-5 day. On a good day.
Has Danny ever been violent with the kids at all? No.
No, never even violent towards me. The most violent I've ever seen him was hitting a horn and tragic.
So Danny gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning, this morning specifically. Gets up at 5. Do you hear him leave the house?
No, I didn't hear him leave at all, which is why I told him, I was like, well, if you did drop him off and you did tell, like, I don't remember if you took him somewhere. I didn't even know how he got out of bed this morning. So, that.
Do you normally sleep that heavy? No. You don't?
No, I think it had a lot to do with was tired, pain, everything. So I was out when I was finally out.
And Quinton, he didn't get any medications last night. He wasn't sick. No Robitussin, no cough syrup. Nothing like that. He didn't have anything.
No, they all the kids have been a little stuffy. My fear is just a change in weather. So I'm giving medicine unless you're running a fever or sound like you're about to die.
Do they, where do you keep all the medicine?
In my bathroom cabinet or in the kitchen cabinet above the sink.
Does he ever go in there by himself?
He can't get up there if he wanted to.
Okay.
Even with the little stools and chairs, his little, the dude's short and bow-legged. Okay, his legs are like this, and he stands up, his head's maybe a little bit above my knee.
When did you call? What time this morning did you call Dan?
I remember looking at the phone while I was yelling and everything. I couldn't find Quinton. It was like 9:17 at that home.
Was that before or after 911? Did you call Dan?
That was before, and then when I looked around again and still couldn't find him, I called again. We called 911 after that. 911 was called by 9:30. I realized Quinton was missing by 9. That's a 30-minute delay of me trying to find him, see if I could locate him, and then calling Danny to see if he knew anything. And he did. That's when I called the cops. And Michelle, she came over right away. It was like, I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to act right now, man.
And is Danny, what is his normal routine? If you get up, if he leaves, well, this is a little odd because you didn't go to work with him this morning.
Yeah.
And I'll stop the playback there at 28:04.
Okay. Thank you. So I think this is as good a time as any to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to release you now for a lunch break. We're going to break. The time now is 12, almost 12:30. Let's aim to be back ready to go at 12:20. That'll give them an opportunity to eat, maybe get an opportunity to get outside also. What did I say? Okay. Really bad math. So thank you for that. And I'm glad y'all got that. So again, do not discuss the case. Do not do any research. Do not look at any media. And with that, continue to follow the instructions, and I will see you back at Ms. Delia 1:20. We'll see you back at 1:20. Thank you.
Jurors exiting.
One other thing, thank you. One other thing, as to redactions and that kind of thing, I'm not going to ask that the state certainly do anything any differently. I am going to ask with a 30-minute delay that the news media only use the other children's first name and not use their entire date of birth. They can use the year. I actually think that's a reasonable request, especially considering the fact that that's something the media can do and it affords some protection. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. All right. We're in recess. Thank you.
Now, when we left off before lunch, we had come to the end of what's in evidence as lactation room first video.
Yes.
How many video files did you film on your phone from that single interview in the lactation room?
There's 2 separate ones.
And why are there 2 separate files?
So at the end of this first video, I got a phone call on my phone that was recording it, and I took that phone call.
Okay. And how long were you gone? Did you leave the room for that?
I did,
How long were you gone?
probably less than 10 minutes.
Do you remember what the phone call was about?
It was someone from the scene. I don't remember the details.
Okay. Somebody from the scene was calling you about something.
Yes,
Did you return to the lactation room?
I did.
And were Special Agent Snyder and the defendant still in there?
Yes,
And did you resume recording?
I did.
When you resumed recording, what was being discussed at that time? Do you remember?
When I walked in and started recording, they were talking about the smell of vomit or vomit that was on the pillow.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would publish the second video. This is on the thumb drive introduced as State's Exhibit 13 as lactation room second video. Give me 1 second.
Now, subject to the redactions, Mr. Dean, I discussed, no objection.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Dean.
All right, I've displayed on the monitor the opening frame from lactation room second video. Whose feet are we looking at here?
Leilani's and Agent Snyder's.
Okay. And I will play, I begin the playback just from the very beginning here.
I would have been, so last night had been Tuesday, so Monday night,
Yeah.
gave him a cookie.
Yeah, we have a cookie in the bed, like, towel and playpen or whatever, and upchuck something, we wipe it up, and it looked like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet, I was like, change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla, with the vanilla
Vanilla
cookies.
wafers.
Yeah, the vinegar house milk.
But you recall that it's nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything in the past 2 or 3 days? Nothing at all?
Anything about sickness at all, and then like,
I'm sorry, pause the playback at 37 seconds in. Your Honor, may I remain seated for this portion of the questioning?
Yes.
Thank you. Was this agent, Special Agent Snyder, asking her some questions designed to get at the origin of the apparent vomit on the pillowcase?
Yes.
And what did she say there about that?
That it had been a cookie that she had given Quinton prior to this day, and that she thought she had cleaned it all up, and that he must have vomited or spit up on the pillow.
She was saying that that was something that happened on Monday night.
I believe so.
Okay, let's just play that
Yep.
bit again. We'll take it from the top. First of all, what day was this?
This was a Wednesday.
Wednesday, October 5th.
Yes.
Okay.
So that would have been, so last night had been Tuesday night, so Monday night,
yeah,
gave him a cookie.
yeah, we have a cookie in the bed, like, towel and playpen or whatever, and upchuck something, we wipe it up, and it looked like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet, I was like, change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla, with the vanilla
Vanilla
cookies.
wafers.
Yeah, the vinegar house milk.
But you recall that it's nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything?
I'm going to pause it again at 30 seconds. I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure we're clear on what is being said here. Did we hear her say that he had spit up some of that cookie on Monday night, that she had wiped off the pillowcase, but had not yet changed it?
Yes.
Okay. Resuming playback at 30 seconds in.
Past 2 or 3 days, nothing at all.
Anything about sickness at all would have been like a month ago. He had ear infection.
Okay.
I know that Zane has an ear infection now. Now, if we're passing it back and forth. If he did throw up after I went to bed last night, I don't know. I got this morning. There was nothing there for me to look. I don't know.
So, just to kind of rehash some of this stuff, and summary, there's no one that has any sort of motivation to do harm to you or any of your family. You don't have any sort of financial debts, related to drug use. No one that wants anything done to you or any of your family as a result of something that you've done. Correct?
No. Not nobody that should at all. Now, I can sit here and look at you straight in your eye and say, because I top of my head thinking, I do not think of anybody that would actually want to hurt us, or Davey, or my kids, especially Quinton. You know, it's never sweet that baby is.
And your mom, your mom, upstanding lady, does
She
that?
is an upstanding lady. She has a long, drawn out criminal history. A couple weeks ago, me and her did get into it.
I'm going to stop the playback at 2 minutes in. And I'm going to advance to 2 minutes and 6 seconds in. Just giving 6 seconds of the file there, Your Honor. And I'll resume playback at 2 minutes and 6 seconds into the file.
Because she said, well, laundry basket went everywhere. Both the kids were there, so I just got the kids. And I went to her room, tried to distance herself. She followed me to the room, and she pushed me again. I called the cops and everything. I'll call you and pull up that police report. Or whatever. She pushed me again, so I called the cops again. I wasn't calling the cops to get somebody in trouble. I was calling the cops to prevent the negativity and violence around the children. Okay, so that was the most recent.
What did we just hear her describe there? Was that an altercation with her mother that had happened recently?
Yes.
Now, it was the case that everybody was saying that the defendant's mother was out of town during the period of October 4th, October 5th, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to 5 minutes into this file and resume playback from there.
No chance that you, because of your wisdom tooth and whatever that you were taking, and it's just ibuprofen is what we're thinking.
No, that's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they gave me. I don't know if they gave me 3 different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours afterwards. It was still not really here.
Did you, in your sleep, you have a history of sleepwalking? Did you grab Quinton and let him go to the store with you because you were concerned about him when you left the house at midnight to go to the Circle K? Do you have a history of any sort of sleepwalking or anything with your mental health?
No. The last time I slept off, I was like 8 years old, maybe. Sorry, just me. I was like 8 years old, and somehow I ended up outside of those.
That hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened since then.
30 years old.
Yeah, since I was, yeah.
So there's no possibility that you, without knowing, took Quinton to the car and took you to somebody else's house you weren't aware of. Nothing like that could happen.
No, at all.
I want you to know that there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes right now. And we're doing everything feasibly possible. We're going to have more questions. We're going to continue down, whatever path, that these interviews, what we find in the house, what we find off the cell phone records, whatever leads us. So if at any point, we come back and have follow-up questions, it's just to get some clarity and some guidance on what the next step should be.
To be honest with me, I have nothing right now, baby. You have nothing bigger than my baby right now, do you?
There's a lot of people working, and promise you that. And there's a lot of resources that are in play. We're doing everything that we can.
So my little monkey back.
So if you want, we have
She does respond to monkey a lot. He's somebody reverse it will say like if he responds to monkey a lot. He don't really respond to Quinton. He don't respond to monkey. He just want to comments that he was born. He was like a little hairless monkey.
Victim specialist, her name's Nancy Yavides. I'm gonna walk out here now, reach out to her. But unfortunately, we're gonna get you back, to your house wherever we can. That's gonna be a long time. So if it's okay with you, just, let us know what you need. We're gonna get you some water. But if you just hold tight, we're gonna just come close as we can, while you're here. Is there anything you need like right now? Anything we can do for you? We're gonna get you some water.
Like really suicide is considered. So like,
Yeah, we can do that. Anything else that you need right now? Okay.
There's definitely an officer out here. Her name is Sam. So if you need anything, just call for her.
Anything else you have right now?
Black, do you have any issues with us kind of just going through your phone to get messages and any more contact info? If you want,
we have to copy the whole phone for like here.
if you have any issues, just let us know.
We have like a car, so you can set forms.
I may have one of those. Yeah.
I don't have a car. How do you say your name?
Leilani.
I can imagine, what you're going through. But you just, at this point, you have to trust the process. And we're going to do whatever we can to get you the assistance that you need. But truth be told, we just have to, work through the process, the steps, wherever you leave. And we'll do everything we can. But in the same respect, though, you gotta understand, like, you got to be completely transparent and honest with us. And I think you have to this point. So if there's anything, that you think of that could remotely lead to something as, horrendous as this happened, you need to let us know. So if it's something that you're not proud of, that you're ashamed of, that you've been involved in, that you've done, like, we're not here, to judge you. We're here to find a way and bring one home safely. So that means exposing something that you've done.
I don't know, complicated things out there. I know that. I don't literally my only goal has been to have work. And I gotta deal with to have the custody back there.
I'll stop the playback at 10:42, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. You were gone from the room for a moment there,
It was.
and then we just saw you return.
Yes.
What were you doing?
Grabbing a consent form.
For a consent to search the phone,
Yes,
which she had just orally agreed to that,
she did.
but you wanted to make a paper record of it.
Yes.
Resuming playback at 10 minutes and 42 seconds into the file.
So, L-E-I-L-A-N-A, right?
L-A-N-I.
L-A-N-I. And all this is just a thing, for us to get your consent to look at the phone, okay? S-I-M-O-N.
Yes.
Right, so Did you turn off the recording at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just go back to one thing in here for clarification purposes. At 5 minutes in, when there's a point where Special Agent Snyder is asking her about the possibility that she sleptwalked somewhere or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we hear him ask if that's something that could have happened at midnight or 12 a.m. when she went to Circle K, right? That's what he asked?
Yeah.
Now, at this point, I just want to be clear. She had not described a midnight trip to Circle K, and this was a reference by Snyder to the 1-something a.m. Chevron story. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so he was just kind of getting the time and location wrong?
Yeah.
As to
What it
what she had
sounds
said?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just briefly play that bit again, starting at 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
No chance that you will cause you to listen to some, whatever you were taking, and it's just ibuprofen is what was making it.
Yeah, that's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they put in my mouth. They gave me 3 different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours. It was still not over here.
Did you, in your sleep, is your sleep off? Did you grab Quinton and let him go to the store with you, or you were concerned about him and left the house at midnight? It was okay.
Was he was talking about Chevron word gel there? Is that
I
right?
think
Am I understanding that correctly?
That's the way I took it.
Okay, thank you. And I stopped the playback there at 5 minutes and 32 seconds. All right, so then that first interview in the lactation room ends with you all getting her consent to search her phone and her signing to memorialize that.
Yes.
Okay. After this interview that we just watched, did you all go through the phone?
Yes.
All right. And how did you do it initially?
So the other teams had also asked their people, Paul and Daniel, the same questions if they would go through their phones. So we had all planned to do a extraction of the cell phones in our system. I believe at that time I just manually went through the phone.
Okay. I know you're not a forensics
No.
person, but what is involved in doing an extraction of the phone?
So it's a big computer system, and you plug the cell phone into the computer system so you can make a copy of it. And it's a one at a time system, and it usually takes at least an hour per phone.
Okay. And who was doing this at the precinct that day?
Sergeant Coleman.
Okay. Did he do that with all 3 of their phones?
He did.
All right. So at the time that the defendant consented to your looking through her phone, are you saying the machine was occupied with one of the other phones?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went through it manually, meaning what?
I just actually took the physical phone and went through it myself.
And while you were doing that, did you see in there a text that the defendant had sent to Daniel Youngkin the night before, saying something about I'm turning on to 204 now, or I'm about to go to 204?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something was that a trip that she had mentioned to you in this initial interview in the lactation room?
No.
Did you and Special Agent Snyder then go interview her again specifically about that?
Yes.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
In the interview room.
Did you ask her about that text during this interview?
We did.
And what did she say that text was about? What was the initial story about that text?
She said that she headed to 204 was the text, and that meant that she was going to the drug dealer's house or their location to meet up to pay off a drug front.
Did she say how much the drug front was for?
$20.
Now, in the lactation room interview, she had given an account for the 1-something a.m. trip, correct?
Yes.
And what was it again?
That she went to meet Misty to get Orajel at the Chevron.
Now, did that story involve her making any phone calls?
She had mentioned that she called Misty, and I believe she also said in that interview that she tried to call the Chevron or the Circle K.
Okay, called the Circle K to see whether they had it.
Yes.
And which call was she saying had come before first and second?
She tried the gas station before Misty.
Did you look through her phone between interviews after the lactation room interview, but before the next one?
Yes.
To see whether you could see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
I believe I did at that time, or it may be one of the later ones.
Okay. In any case, whenever you looked for that, whenever that might have been, did you see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
No.
Okay. Now, you've talked about going through the phone manually, like with it in your hand, scrolling through it.
Yes.
And seeing the 204 text, right?
Yes.
Did you later have an opportunity to review the full Cellbrite extraction?
I did.
Okay. And Cellbrite is the machine the Sergeant Coleman uses to do this?
Yeah, it's the system they use.
Did you find any record of it, of those calls there during that more in-depth review of the phone?
No, there was no call to the gas station or Misty.
Do you see in front of you 3 exhibits marked as states 14, 15, and 16?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those 3 exhibits are?
Yep. 14 is the consent to search form for Leilani Simon's cell phone. 15 is the consent to search form for Paul Simon's cell phone. And 16 is the consent to search for Daniel Youngkin's cell phone.
In those consent forms, were they all completed that day, October 5th?
They were.
By these 3 different individuals?
Yes.
With the interviewers that were interviewing them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move these in as states 14, 15, and 16.
Objection, Your Honor.
Now, returning to this, the next interview in the interview room that you've been talking about. So you asked her about the 204 text, and she said she was just going to pay off a $20 drug front.
Yes.
And for what type of drug did she say that was?
Marijuana.
Who did she say went on that trip?
Just her.
Was she asked who exactly it was that she met?
Yes, she did.
And how did she identify this person?
She referred to him as Red.
Red?
Red, like
Did
the
she
color.
Like the color, you said?
Mhm.
Sorry. Did she give you a description of Red?
She described him as a light-skinned black male.
Did she say when she had left the house? I mean.
Around 10:30 p.m.
And did she say where she had met Red to make this payment?
By the Flacco's Tacos.
And did it later turn out upon your review of the phone that this payment was actually made via Cash App?
Yes.
Now, what is Cash App?
It is a kind of like an online baking application.
Do you have to be physically present with someone to make a Cash App payment to them?
No, you don't.
Can it be done remotely?
You can?
Like if I'm at home and I owe you money and you're at your house, can I make a Cash App payment
Yes.
to you? At the time that she was saying this, though, did you know that this payment had been made via
No.
Cash App?
I did not.
Did she explain in any way why, if the drug front was to be repaid via Cash App, why she had to go meet the guy to do it?
I believe she said that she gave him cash, like
Okay.
physical cash.
Oh, is that right?
I believe so.
Did she give any particular reason in this first interview in the interview room for why she left the house at this particular time to do this thing? Like what was going on that caused her to decide to go do this?
I think at this point she had mentioned that her and Daniel had had an argument and she wanted to get away from the house for a while.
Was she asked during this first interview in the interview room whether there had been any sort of accident that caused Quinton to be injured or anything like that?
I think we asked her that in every single interview.
And what was her consistent response to that, if it was consistent?
That there was not an accident that she knew about.
Was she asked in this interview whether Quinton was okay before she left to go see her drug dealer?
She was.
And what did she say to that?
That he was asleep in his playpen.
And was she asked whether he was okay when she got back from this trip?
Yes.
And what did she say to that?
That he was still in his playpen, perfectly fine.
Did she describe actually going up and interacting with him at either of these times?
Yeah, she kind of showed us Quentin's reaction to her petting, or I guess brushing his hair across his face.
What did she say about that?
She said that he kind of reacted and nuzzled up in the blanket.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally in any way when she got home from the drug dealer? As though something might have happened when she was gone?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
I believe she said he was still in bed watching a movie like normal.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally or suspiciously the next morning when she called him to tell him that Quinton was missing?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
That he was normal.
And was she asked whether Danny ever displayed any violent tendency toward the children?
Yes, she was.
What did she say about that?
That Daniel was scared to even pop the kids.
Now, in this first interview in the interview room, was there a period of time where you and her looked at her Life 360 application on her phone together?
Yes.
And she was at this time saying that she had met Misty for Oragel at the Chevron, right?
Yes.
Where is the Chevron in relation to Azalea Mobile Home Park?
They are right next door.
Can you tell me what it looked like on the Life 360 application? Could you, as you're looking at the phone, could you tell whether her phone had been at one or the other location?
No, it was too broad of a picture frame.
So to you, it just kind of looked like she had been in the general area, but you can't tell whether it was Azalea or Chevron.
Yes.
And was the investigative team later able to get more precise location data from the phone than you were able to see on the screen during that interview?
Correct.
And at this time, I would publish what is on State's Exhibit 13 as interview room 1542 to 1639, something shy of an hour.
We'll proceed with that. Let me just turn to the jurors. So this next tape is gonna, this next video is gonna go for about an hour. Is this audio and video?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's gonna go about an hour. We just got back from lunch. What I anticipate doing is that we'll see this play and then we'll take a break. But if y'all need to stand and stretch right now, feel free to do so. Let's buckle in. I'm going to say, punch it right to do the same. Okay. All right. All right. Mr. Dean, you may proceed.
Once again, navigate to input HDMI1 on the TV at the front of the courtroom, and I will publish interview room 1542 to 1639 from State's Exhibit 13.
But is it helpful at all to dim some of the lights? Okay.
They'd be helpful for people falling asleep.
Oh,
I don't know.
thank you. We can leave it. We can leave it at this. How about that? That's enough. Okay. All right, Mr. Dean.
No, you're good. Hopefully all this is working.
So as you know, as I told you, we're doing everything we can to look at every feasible possible, angle. I know you talked a little bit about, using drugs, using marijuana. So last night, was there any chance that you were having some issues with your wisdom teeth and needed to go get something to ease the pain last night?
I did. I went and met up and got orange out. That was right up there. I met her like at the end of Buckhalter Road, a friend of mine, because I don't have money to go and get some expensive over the counter. I don't have it.
And what time was that?
That was like, I got home at 1:25 a.m.
1:25.
I was gone for 12 minutes. You go on my 316, we got it right there.
There's some text messages in your phone. You use can sample of the phone.
Yeah.
To the phone. And there's a message in there. It's an outgoing message from you that says turning on 204.
Mm-hmm.
And that's at 10:40.
Yeah.
10:40 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't talk about that before. So what? 10:40 p.m. Where were you at 10:40 p.m.?
If I was turning on 204, I was probably going to go pay back or something. Pay back front from him. To be honest with you, I was going to go pay back the $20 front for him. For Danny. Daniel, that's who King is. That's Danny. Whatever. He owed $20 a week. I went and paid it back. Whatever. But he was awake at that time. He was up. He was awake at that time. Quinton had just went to sleep. He had stopped all the crying and all that stuff. And that's why I left, because he went to sleep at 10:30. And it only takes him 12 minutes to get to a 4. If he takes 16.
So that would have been important for us to know before. So that's what we have to understand everything. And you just, you have to be kind of open book.
I wasn't
good or bad.
Yeah, it's not like I was trying to keep it. I'm trying to replay everything over and over, and I've been doing it all day. All day. I forgot about that. That was not on my mind. My mind is, this is where I went, this is what I did, this is the last time I see my son, and I need him here now.
And you mentioned he was crying a lot.
Yeah, he was done.
Was that abnormal?
No, it's not like crying. Like, it's crying. He just, talking to himself, a constant baby talk. It's almost like he's singing to himself. There you go. But he's always done that. He's always done that from the time he started crawling and actually saying mama or dada or drink or eat or anything. He's always done the la 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 when he's asleep.
You can understand there's a lot of resources being expended.
I know there is. I kind of figured that for as long as it's been, probably about to expand the search, which means something's popped up.
But you have to help us. You understand that?
I do. Again, anywhere that we went after we picked up the kids at 4:30, me or him, none of the kids went with us. I can verify that 100%. After we picked them up at 4:30, all 3 of their babies were at that house. The first time they showered, ate, and went to bed. I made 2 runs, orange out, and then 204, and then orange out.
Just talk about that. 204. What time did you leave the house?
At time, I texted her and said I was turning on 204. I had already been gone. That means I was literally turning on 204, so I've only been gone like 10 minutes.
So what would have been your route? You left your house off Buckhalter.
If I went off Buckhalter to 16 because there's been road work on 204.
So you went south on 17 from Buck Halter.
Yeah, and I took the highway back.
And then when you said on this text message, you said you turned on 204.
Like, okay, so if I'm on 17.
Heading towards 95.
Yeah, like when I say I'm turning on 204, if you have to turn 17 before Walmart and by that bridge, that's me turning on 204. That would have been my location right there by that bridge, turning on 204.
But turning on 204 going what direction?
Going
north
toward
into Savannah or south out to 95?
south towards 95.
95.
Like over there by like Flacco's Tacos and Harley Davidson shop. That's where I met the person I'll pay back $20 to.
Okay, and who was that person that you
They goes by Red.
read?
He goes by Red. I don't know his name. He's a tall, light-skinned dude. Tall, light-skinned black dude. Yeah.
You met him so if you sent that at 10:40, it's a 5-minute drive.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, were you texting him that you were turning on 204 to go meet Red?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him. So.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just paid him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. And it was a front from a couple days ago. A few days ago, I think we got that 8th. We paid $10 on the 8th. And we owed 20.
How much more money do you owe Red?
Nothing. That was it. That was just that $20. Just when you would have seen messages, otherwise somebody blowing up my phone or Danny's phone about us pulling money.
And you don't owe anybody else any money? Because I asked you this question earlier.
Yeah, no, and we did. I don't. Like that was handled. That was, got a front 2 days later, paid you back. That's what that was. That's like, I don't do fronts like that. That was on his name, on his front. I didn't like doing that. I went ahead and paid it back.
Was last night, was it abnormal for Quinton to cry as much as he did last night?
No, he, like I said, he wasn't trying. He was like, loudly, Lou. That's what he does. He did that and it got quiet like 10:30. About 10:30 and looked over there and he was knocked out. Little cheeks pink and snuggled up in the blanket. So.
Where do y'all keep the weed when y'all do have it?
Outside. We got it outside in the safe box.
Was there anything else that would be inside the house?
No. We don't smoke cigarettes inside. We don't smoke weed inside. We don't take it inside. We don't do that.
What about Paul?
Paul, no.
Is he into any of that?
Yeah, he smokes, but I don't think, as far as I know, he keeps it in his truck.
His truck?
As far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. That was one of the rules that my parents allowed him to move in there.
But it's just weed though?
Yeah. Just weed. Nothing else. No, like, listen, my mom's a convicted felon. There is no way I'm going to sit there and continuously push the buttons of these people.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Okay. But you were in substance abuse for...
I've had other things. I used to do other things. I have for this own coke, or at one point I was on meth, or whatever. I got all that stuff on my own. And then when I had that and I had mental health issues, I just went ahead and told the counselor that sometimes I just want to go back to feeling back numb. So now I got substance abuse counseling. So.
Did either Paul or Danny ever have issues with that too?
Paul, I don't think so. Danny, I don't think so with that either. Whatever. Danny's a very particular. The most I had to do is drink beer. Maybe hit once or twice.
Was there a reason that you went to go pay instead of Danny?
I was the only one with money, and I wasn't giving Danny the money to do so.
Why is that?
Because there's times that he would go and spend it on alcohol versus what we need to do it on, spend it on.
Okay.
That's
how often does that happen?
He drinks daily.
Does that ever become a problem?
No, he doesn't get drunk. He's not like a belligerent, angry. He doesn't do that. He was like a 6-pack beer a day. That's what he was.
How much did you have last night?
Last night, he had a 6-pack as normal. I think he had a few shots of Fireball too.
But he wasn't anything abnormal?
Nothing out of the way. He was laying down before I was.
Did Paul know that y'all were leaving, or you were leaving for a second? Or was he already upstairs?
He was already upstairs. When Paul got home last night, normally he does come down there and, come in my room or whatever and hang out. He didn't last night. He just came in there for a minute, said, hey, he got his dog, and went upstairs. So.
Is Paul here, Quinton crying, and he's upstairs?
upstairs, I can't hear nothing. Like when we used to be upstairs, you can come and bang on my door as hard as you wanted to. I couldn't hear you. So I can't hear you bang on the door. It's only we hear child. Not from that. That's why we moved from up there down there. So we're not constantly worried about stairs or stuff like that.
How old are you?
I'll be 23 in November.
So you've been through a lot as a 23-year-old.
I don't understand how there's a lot of reasons why they can't sleep. My mother's been in and out of my life. I watched her OD and get buried in fucking leaves in the ditch by her friends. And this love is there. I've been in so many situations. And I just want people to understand that I would never cause any harm towards any of my kids the way I have been hurt. I just won't. I sit here and I do have issues with this because I take all the blame on me. Anything that goes wrong, I take it in. I wear my heart on my sleeve and I really shouldn't. That little boy last night, he was so sweet in that bathtub. He said, "Told me bubbles." He wanted to play some bubbles. That's all he wants to do is play with bubbles and go to the park and play with the ball and the tablet. People just want to come and take your happy baby. Remember that surgeon, sergeant, or whatever, really hurt my feelings out there to say you don't think that your mental problems could have made you do something and you completely not know about it? No, I do not think that is true. I don't think that there's anything like that. That would, like, I don't care how many different personalities somebody says I have. Every single one of those kids the same. I gave birth to Quinton alone in the hospital room. Alone, I had nobody there. I was in the hospital for 2 days. That is my boy. That is my baby. And let me my baby back home. Okay. Is that right? That is right. I'm trying all the hardest. The more I try to get back on track so I can be what these kids need. The more life is a kid need. And this time I wish my kid just blew me up. I can't. I can really fuck. I'm going to have to come to a mental hospital after this. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I think I'm more of a danger to myself. No, I am right now.
Take some deep breaths right now. Any water right now? Just take some deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Now, paused it at 15:54 and 43 seconds on the timestamp in the top left corner. I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor in this and other interviews, okay?
Yep.
Was her demeanor consistent throughout any given interview?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell us why you say that?
I mean, as we saw in this interview, she would kind of get into these hysterical yelling rants.
And would that happen in response to any particular lines of questioning?
Sometimes when it kind of questioned her statement or her timeline, it would start to escalate into this.
And when she got like that, was it then difficult to get an additional question in?
Yeah, we would have to calm her down before she would engage back with us with a back and forth conversation.
Is it fair to say that during these interviews, when pressed on certain things, she would become histrionic and just kind of fill the room with noise?
Yes.
Resuming playback at 15:54:43.
I passed around from house to house, and that's something I don't want with my kids. So when I found myself in our situation, I just did one thing I did. Mom, I call my mom. Help me with my kids. So she has them. Until I start getting myself back together and come back here and get a decent job, got a car for myself on Mother's Day. Just trying to build myself up for these kids. And I'm still going to try my hardest no matter what. But I can't. I don't even know if what's okay. that he's freaking out sound right now. Oh my God.
Let's get you some water. You want some water?
I got water.
You've been through an entire lifetime of hurt in 23 years. You know, we can't sit here and even begin to think about the pain that you've experienced. So I'm sorry. I wish there was something we could do to help ease that pain, but the truth be told, there's nothing that we can do. We're going to do everything we can to get you, the assistance.
Whatever we can do to get my baby back. We gotta ease my pain.
But that's where you got the help. When we initially talked to you, there was some stuff you didn't disclose in that initial conversation. And now we're back in here, kind of talking through, you and Danny going in depth, to Red. And those are the kind of things that we as law enforcement call that a piece of the puzzle. But we have to know stuff like that. So anything like that, and you have to understand, there's so many other things going on besides what's going on in this interview room right now. There are people, looking at cell phone data. There are people doing additional interviews. There's search warrants taking place. When it comes to a child and a child abduction, there is absolutely no stone, no leaf that's not unturned. So I can 100% tell you that between the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department, we are going to find out what happened. I promise you that. And if we find that out, an hour from now, or we find that out a year from now, we are going to figure this out. I can promise you that. Because there's nothing more important to us than finding, Quinton and bringing the person to justice that's responsible for taking him out of your life. Okay? So I want to look you in the eye and tell you that. But I need you to look me in the eye and tell me from this point forward, there's absolutely nothing.
I believe that is the 100%. I believe that is the only event that I do not disclose. And it's only because I didn't think about it. That's not what I was thinking about at the time. I'm just like, that's like, no. When he was in bed, he was asleep.
This is going to be hard. I'm going to ask you this. It's going to be hard. And you can't get frustrated with me because you've got to understand we're doing a job. But when we first talked to you in the initial interview, there was no mention of him crying a lot. You mentioned that he was a bad boy.
Yeah, he babbles. He does a lot.
Just here 15 minutes ago in this interview room, before you took off and this text message, hey, I'm turning on 204 now, you mentioned that it was, I made that trip, before he was crying. And you described crying to the point where he was crying maybe abnormally. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's the way I interpreted it. That he was crying abnormally. But
no, I think I said I left before, he was asleep. I left before. It's not like I left and he was still awake. I left after he fell asleep. He was babbling. And when I came back in, I checked on him again. He was still asleep. And I cried it? No. He does a little fuss. Did you cry? No. When I say crying, that's babbling, fussy noises. That's it's the way I explained it for Zane, Quinton, and it's not. None of my kids cry and fuss. It's trying to get fit. Every kid cries. No, let me take that. I'm not trying to mean that. By no means. Every kid cries. Okay. But no, he wasn't crying normally. It was just so very loud. Like he was trying to get somebody to come over there and give him the attention, even though it was bedtime. He had a tablet with him too. It could have been, he could have been looking at something and thinking it was funny. It's a kid approved your YouTube for kids TV thing. You can't get on nothing at all that's, bad for kids or anything like that. Whatever. So he could have been laughing at something like that, just like my oldest does. Or looking, I don't know. He was just babbling, fussing, crying. I don't know. But when I left the house, he was asleep. He was quiet. just curled up with a blanket. He was quiet.
And what time did you say, 10:40, you're turning on 2:04, what time did you get back to the house?
To the house, 10:49, 50. I was only 20 minutes, total 20 minutes, 22 minutes, something like that.
What was Quinton doing when you got home?
He was still asleep.
And what was Zane doing?
He was laying on the bed with his tablet on his chest.
Okay. Was he asleep though?
Yeah.
Okay. And then your fiance?
He was laying on the couch on the bed with a Fire Stick TV in his hand. Remote thing.
Anything weird about him?
He was just laying there. Besides the fact that he was still fully dressed, and that's not normally him. But then again, there was a lot going on. We left work early. I had to get the wisdom teeth taken out, come to the house, clean up stuff, get dinner going, get the kids. So it was just he just didn't have time.
Does he have kids himself? Your fiance?
No, Melody. That's his daughter.
Oh, yeah. Besides her, though. Okay. How's he doing with her?
He does really good. I mean, she smells at him before she does me. I don't want to carry her.
He just stepped straight in there.
And almost like died giving birth to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she's still his favorite. Or, yeah, she's still, yeah, whatever.
She said, Daddy's gonna all the way.
Does
Zane is all about his papa. Quinton was my baby.
Yeah.
He was the one that come across my lap just like Sky does. Zane, Sky does Danny, or Zane does that, and I didn't get that this morning.
And you said Paul had a pretty good relationship with him too?
Yeah, he's very good with my kids. If I need help, he's right there. No, is he like, I'll do it all for you? No. But you be watching for a second? Yeah. You be taking my son and playing with him for a second? Yeah. You be teaching him how to play soccer? Yeah.
Yeah.
So is there anything else of any sort of relevance that, you want to talk to us about on the phone at all?
No. There's nothing there at all. Like I said, y'all can go on Life 360 if you want to. It's on there. And it shows you my exact route that I took. The way I came back, the time that I left the house, the time that I got back home, it shows everything. And it shows Danny's trips and everything too. The times and all. And dates.
So like you said, we got people working everywhere right now.
Well, you've been through a lot in your life. Now is not the time for us to, there's a lot, I think, that we can talk about, and we can get you in contact with folks that can provide you assistance, free of charge, to help you through everything that you've been through. But right now, I don't want to make light of that situation because it's not lost on me what it is that you've been through. But we've got a job to do. And you got to understand that bad news doesn't get better with time. Is there any chance that an accident happened? No chance at all.
No. When I put him down, nothing. Unless something happened when I was not there, and I had no knowledge about, he was fine. When I got home, he was fine. He was asleep. He was curled up in that blanket. I touched his little hair, and he moved and rolled over. I'm telling you, he was fine.
So just help me understand, what type of accident could have happened? Do you think that Danny may have done something? Because we have to agree that Quinton was crying. We have to agree to that. More than just that. Is it possible that you left the house because Quinton was crying so bad, and he came back, and there was an accident that took place?
I think the only time Quinton actually cried is when he took that towel from him. And he's laying in there. Then he's not missing no towel. When I left the house, he was asleep. He was already asleep. Now, is it possible that Zane could have woken up for a second when something got loud and cried because we wouldn't turn the TV back on for him and woke up with Quinn? Yeah, that's a possible thing. Danny doesn't know where to have patience, though. Not like that, not easily. Not to where I think that he would finally just get fed up with somebody crying and do something to make him shut up and not realize that they did do something too much. He's not that type of person.
How easy that can happen.
Yeah.
We're you're not thinking logically at that point. You know, all you're thinking about is, you know, what has happened. And you don't know what to do, and you panic.
I don't think that he would. I don't think he would at all when I get back to the house. And I reached for that thing. And I put his own hair in his face. And all I did, he turned. I was like, no, it's good. He was fine. He was a happy baby when he went to sleep. When he was asleep. I don't know what to say. I don't know what something could have occurred. I don't want to think about probabilities, even though there's a million of them. But I don't know. And I don't want to think that he would do something like that. And like he said, when people snap, people break. I don't think he would though. Daddy was not acting out the way when I got home. He was not acting like antsy or nervous or mad or concerned or anything weird at all. He was not.
What about this morning?
This morning, I didn't see him.
What about since y'all have been together?
Sam, he's been very calm now. It's probably because I'm not.
Is that a normal thing for him?
If I'm out, he tries his hardest to stay calm. And then if it's the other way around, he's normally freaking out. Yeah, I'm calling him screaming about him. I said, I can't find Quinton. I can't find him anywhere. The door is open and I can't find him anywhere. I said, did you drop him off on the shelf or something? Did you tell me that you were going to do that? Did not tell me? Like, did I not remember? He said, no, he was there when I left this morning. I was like, you're 100% sure? He said, yes. I said, it's not your bill. And there was a 3-hour difference between when he left this morning and when I woke up.
Do you think something could happen in those 3 hours with David?
I don't know. On Life 360, it shows that he left at the time that he says he did, and then he got to work at the time that he said he did, and then he left and came home when I called. So, I mean, I don't think so. I got my boss's numbers as well if you would like that to confirm that Danny was there.
We can pull it up on here.
Danny's your fiance.
Mm-hmm.
He's lived 23 hard years. You've got a lot of life left in front of you. You're the mother of 3 beautiful children, just you described. Nothing is more important than you being available and being a mother for these 3 children.
Yes.
So don't let any sort of motivation to protect Danny stand in the way of you being the mother that you need to be.
I wouldn't. Like I said, he was not. The only thing I thought was weird is he said normally he gets off work, goes home, takes a shower, and immediately dresses because he's that type of pretty boy. He didn't do that yesterday. But I was in pain. Causes in the mouth. He was helping me in and out of the car and into the house because I was a little limpy. Yeah. So I really don't.
And the kid then starts crying and you're not there to be the mother because you're suffering from having your wisdom teeth pulled out.
Like I'm telling you, like when he was asleep, when he would lay down, and when I took that tablet away, yeah, he did cry. That might be what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, he did scream. He screamed. He's like, TV on, TV on, as he says it. But by the time that I had smoked a cigarette, got dressed, and was getting ready to leave and checked on him, he was asleep. Shut, eyes shut. Completely. Left, kicked back, checked again. Moved his hair in his face. Still, it was good. He did a little. It was good. Same, he was good. I wasn't touching that type of thing. I knew better than I was. Throw the chocolate at me.
And you don't think there's any chance that an accident could have taken place and Danny just did something that it just.
There was. I'm not going to say no because you never truly know anybody. Y'all are right about that. But if there was nothing at all that made me suspect anything was wrong when I got up. Or even when I got up this morning, besides my front door being open. That's the first thing that threw me off. Front door was open. Okay, got up, shut it, checked to make sure every single kid's there. And Quinton wasn't there. But everything was good. But minus that, I normally wake up when Danny gets out of bed. I normally wake up, and he normally tells me bye. I do not remember him getting out of bed. That's probably the weirdest part right there. You know, but I was up throughout the night.
Is there any reason that y'all have been up and in and out of the house throughout the night?
No. The last anybody should have left that house would have been me, and that was when I went to go get that ordeal. And that was just the end of a culture back that was on my street.
So none of the doors of the house would have opened or closed at any point after you got back home?
Nope. And I had the back door locked. I know I locked out the front door. I pushed up against it, and I knew that was locked. But Danny went outside this morning and grabbed some cigarettes off of it and locked the door and didn't push it all the way. It wouldn't have caught. It wouldn't have latched. He could just push it over. So, he said, or he kept on swearing up and down that he locked it, that it was locked. I can take better information than that open the door. Just how down. That's how easy it is to get in that house. So, I don't think he would, and I don't want to believe he would. He wasn't acting out the way. There is nothing at all that I could think of the way he was acting, talking, looking, reacting, behaving, or anything for me to think, yeah, he probably could have done something. There's nothing for me to think that at all. It was really baffled right now. This is I don't know. I don't even know where to begin to what. What am I supposed to do when I go home? What am I supposed to do? Act like everything's normal? Sleep in the room that I only have 3 babies in, and I only have 2?
Just one last thing with the messages on here. You're saying something, or he's saying something about, I guess when you were meeting up with this dude, Fred, about him being threatened.
No, that's about my brother. Paul showed up and is going to bed. Wow, okay, he said something about telling you he was on the way, and he's being threatened to run over. That was my brother leaving work, and somebody threatened to run him over at work.
Can you tell us about that?
I didn't elaborate on the situation. Like I said, Paul normally stays on there and hangs out, but he didn't. He gave me his dog to want to say.
Yeah.
So, I still haven't asked about that situation yet. I got up and I didn't have the time.
Does Paul ever have issues or anything?
Like that? No. He is autistic, and sometimes he runs his mouth, and if he runs it to the wrong person, he just has to do. Is that probably what happened at work? Yeah, he probably looked over at somebody and flipped off the wrong person and decided they were trying to run them over.
Does he have people coming over to the house?
No. But then again, I'm gone 6 to 2, and he works 2 to 10.
Yeah.
So if there is, I don't know, and I don't see. And nobody in my room because I lock my door when I'm not home.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
What about Danny? Has he got people coming over?
He has one friend, and his name is Marvin, but he doesn't hang out or anything. Like, they might stop by and talk for 5 or 10 minutes and then go on. They used to work together.
Yeah.
Other than that, when he moved down here, Danny didn't have anybody.
What about Paul having a girlfriend? He still have a girlfriend.
That's news to me.
Okay, I'm just asking if it does.
That's news to me.
Okay.
I don't just got to shuffle size about anything. No girlfriends. We question he's gay.
Our boyfriends see if boyfriends come over.
Yeah, but no, none of that. I haven't seen nobody come over. And Thomas, when he's home, he doesn't have company come over unless it's his sister or his really old friend of his named Roger.
Thomas is your other brother?
It was my stepdad. My other brother is Joe, that was here earlier too. I had 6 brothers, I'm sorry.
When was your mom, when was she scheduled to be back here?
A couple weeks. We talked to her last week. She said she should be coming home in 2 to 3 weeks. And then we told her a couple of days ago that she got laid off. And when we called her and asked if she was coming home, she said she doesn't know if she's coming home quite yet. So meaning that she was maybe trying to set up another job, or maybe she was just going to go and hang out with Thomas at his job on her way home and then just come home with him this weekend, since he comes home on the weekends or something. But I didn't really get
big detail about it because the last incident we did have with the pushing and the kids and the cops calling and all that stuff, we have been very distant since then.
So given your mom's situation as it relates to her travel and her job, and given your situation as it relates to your mental health and use of drugs, and you saying that you're not in a position to take care of Quinton at least. So you feel that, given your mom's situation and your situation, she was still the best person for you to have custody to.
Yeah, she from the time that I first gave the custody to until now, no matter what, I gave her the custody to. She hasn't had custody over them for not even a year yet.
I'm trying to understand this. She's away. She's maybe out of town for a month, 2 months at a time.
Sometimes 3. Sometimes
she has full custody. So really, it's just call it a paper drill. Call it what you want to.
Yeah, it's pretty much just paper talking. Whatever. She had custody, but I was the one every day. I was there every day. I took him to his doctor's appointments. I got his clothes set up just like they're set up still on the counter next to his bed every night. They had put their bags together, their toys, and their diapers or pull-ups, and snacks for throughout the day because Miss Shelby was like, she knows I just send snacks. It was me, he was with that baby every day, all of them. When I was finally, mentally and everything stable enough to come and be there and to be good for my kids. Whatever I did, it was there. All the time, I set up their appointments. I made sure everything was good with them. Like I sang golden speech, and Quinton was going to have an appointment to see if he was autistic coming up pretty soon to go ahead and just start a little test on that because he was autistic and I wanted to help that he needed to be able to progress.
You've been through a lot. We're talking about that. You've been through a lot. We can't imagine what it is. Through all that, trials and tribulations that you've been through, you get what I like to call just street smarts, just an inclination, just a hunch. That you know something just doesn't quite smell right.
But you don't know exactly what it is.
And that's what I'm asking for you right now, because I know that you know something's just not quite right.
I don't know what it is.
But it goes back to what we talked about earlier. Bad news doesn't get better with time. Accidents happen. Things happen. Things that we regret, after it's done. So that's what I'm looking at you in the eye right now. Because it goes to the fact that there's probably no less than 40 to 50 people right now that are doing nothing but grinding away to do everything humanly and feasibly possible to find Quinton. So going back to that sense, that sixth sense that you have, 23 years old, young lady, but has a whole lifetime experience in 23 years. That's what I'm leaning on you for right now. Accidents happen.
No
I need
idea.
you to help me figure out what happened. What happened last night?
I'm trying. I don't think nothing was out of the ordinary with Danny. When I left, and when I came back, nothing out of the ordinary at all. Even though he was talking, his movements, body language, all of it, nothing was throwing me off. Nothing. And normally it does. When he's sitting there talking to some other female on his phone and won't tell me about it, and I have a feeling or a hunch, I'm right. And I can tell because of the way he's acting, the way he moves. He's very secretive. It wasn't like that last night. This man was like on the couch like this. Well, on the bed, this couch on the bed. And on the bed like this. Nice thing. Just click it on it.
When you saw Quinton last night, when you came back at 10:40,
About 10:50, yeah.
You know 100% certain.
He was okay.
He was okay.
He was 100% certain, okay, that baby was moving, that baby was breathing, and that baby was curling up inside of a blanket, getting comfy. Last time I laid my eyes on him. That was the last time I laid my eyes on him. Snuggling up, that was scary.
But you gotta agree that it's
And we Quinton woke up and started crying because I was so tired and doped up on medicine I didn't hear it. And then he got frustrated. But if it happened, I don't know, and I don't want to focus on babies. Because my son is just lays down to a dead end normally.
And if that happened, and you know that happened, we're going to do everything we can to protect you. So you got to understand that.
That's like the only thing. When I sit there and I'm thinking how everything went last night when I left and I came back both times, how he was. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm normally a light sleeper. I normally, when the moment this dude's alarm goes off and he's crawling out of bed and he's still got his nothing but drawers on. You know, I didn't hear nothing. I didn't feel nothing at all. I mean, I didn't hear Sky was showing up at 3, but I'm guessing he did. She normally wakes up about 3:30. So that's if I can give you a time frame of when possibly something could have, I would have been after 1:30 in the morning when I went to bed. And I was like laying down at 12. My mouth couldn't get comfortable when my mouth was hurting. Got in contact with my friend, went and got some Oral gel, came back home, applied it, checked on it all again, and I went to bed. I went to bed next to Danny, and I was against the wall, and Danny was on the outside.
You didn't get anything else from Red? Nothing else?
No, I handed him a $20 bill.
So when we go talk to Red, Red's going to tell us that.
Yeah, he handed me a $20 bill.
That's it.
Yeah.
And what was that important for you last night to get up at 10:40 at night?
And I was getting irritated with Danny because my mouth was hurting, so that was an excuse for me to go ahead and just get out of the house for a minute and have a reason to do so too, besides just running. I was getting aggravated with him. My mouth was hurting and kept on trying to offer me food and this and tried every time he would put his hand on me, he kept on touching right here repeatedly, and I was just aggravated. My mouth was hurting. And one period that shit didn't help either. Then a girl got in the car and I was like, hey, I'll pay back $20, right? He said, yeah. Like, yeah. And that day and I have been on and off pregnant in the past few months because of him cheating and things like that. So that has turned into my way of handling things with Danny before it escalates to the point that it is yelling and screaming and arguing and throwing stuff. It's just walk away. When I feel like it's escalating, just walk away. When I say escalate, I don't ever think that the man will put his hands on me. No. Do the kids need to sit there and watch us constantly screaming and yelling in each other's face? No. It's already sleep. There's been times that I went inside that Salt Creek Park and then got told to leave by an officer because you can't be there after dark. You know? So it's just escape. That was the excuse last night. This is escape because I'm sitting there feeling like he's talking to other people because he doesn't want to do anything with me and Dad.
Pausing at 16:27:16. What was it that she just said there about why she left the house to go visit the drug dealer?
She thought Daniel was talking to other women.
And did she also say because he didn't want to be with her in bed?
Yes.
Resuming playback.
So, again, life is tough. And there was nothing that gave you any inclination that Danny did anything wrong.
No, nothing at all. Nothing out the way. Nothing.
There's no stress.
Yeah.
You're
Nothing.
feeling some things.
Nothing looking out the way. I mean, Quinton, when he was awake and was around Danny, was not acting no type of way towards Danny. He wasn't acting scared or frightened, didn't flinch when we picked him up and spit him in the air. You know, nothing. So, and even afterwards, when he was in bed and asleep, whoever said Danny wasn't acting funny. The animals weren't acting funny. The house was exactly the way it was when I left it. I mean, exactly, straight down to the dog's turd from the back door. Yeah, I was all saying.
I'm just looking to give you every opportunity to recollect and think through exactly what happened. And I'm going to disclose some things to you that we're going to be doing. So understand. So if the doors, were open and shut anytime after you got home at 10:50, we're gonna find that out. If any cars, if Danny's car left, if any cars associated with that house left, we're gonna find out. You have to understand that. Like when it comes to situations this much gravity, with this much weight, there is no expense spared to figure this out. Okay? But we can easily sit here and talk to you, get everything in your mind, and you tell us what you think happened. And it saves a lot of time.
Another thing, just I wasn't gonna put past nobody because I know how much people trust the people who watch me when I was here. And I trust anyone follow me. I trust them. I trust him with the kids, but I trust him with myself because he's so cheated and hurt me about many times to that extent. I mean, he's never done wrong about the kids that I could see. Never. And he's scared to even pop them. So, like, if he did mentally stop, if he did, it was after I was asleep. That was after going and picking up my orange out. Because after I got back, yeah, I did lay down for a minute. I tried to sleep for a minute. I did. I tried and I couldn't. My mouth hurt. And got in contact with my friend. And got some more to do, which is why it was at 1:25 and I got back in the morning. And I immediately after going to 204. You didn't act no type of way. Nothing looked out the ordinary in the house this morning when I got up either. Besides the door being open. And going not being there. Those are the only two things that are out of the ordinary.
Do you have any other way of tracking anyone else other than Life 360?
I used to have the location thing for Danny because I have my iPhone anymore.
What is SoFi?
So it's a bank app. There's a lot of those in there. I was trying to get $30 sign-up bonus.
You got to go ahead and do this.
No, I'm just doing it.
So if you would, I'm kind of new to Life 360, so if I start.
So this will be all the most recent ones. The farther you go down, the older they get.
Gotcha.
Alright. And if you click on money and you want to see where it left this morning, this will show home. And because my phone battery was low, which is why it's showing like that. And it's showing the phone up to you. There's the Chevron gas station.
Yeah.
To get that, and then walk back home. Okay, red. Looks like I took 17 there and took 16 back or 95 back.
So how do I see Danny's?
His name, click on it, and it says send. Unable to connect.
Oh, we have it on airplane mode. Yeah, you can take it off. It might be why. Do you need Wi-Fi or do you already do it?
No, see.
This precinct's kind of a dead zone.
Saying unable to connect.
Is it trying to do a live thing or is it just showing the history?
It's trying to do both, and right now it's not showing anything, and that's weird because I seen this stuff this morning. The only reason I be doing that is if Life 360 is on this phone anymore. And it says you guys been home since 9:55, so it's been on there.
Would it not work if his phone was off right now?
No, it should still show up the history.
His most recent location.
Yeah, it should still show that up.
4 hours ago.
But it's not showing the history.
Yeah, if the phone's off, it won't go. If his phone is off, see how it's cycled, so it's not connected. So it relies on his phone and the app to push you the data. So that's what that is. And there's nothing else that you think of. And there's no chance. And this is going to sound crude, but you got to understand we got a job to do. There's no chance.
There's no chance at all that I think that I would do anything with my mental, no matter what, to hurt my children.
And
Danny, no. I'm going to put this way. I 95% believe that there is no possibility that a man would hurt their children.
Something can happen.
Which is why I said I'm 95%.
It could be an accident.
Exactly, because there's nothing that cannot. If something did happen to my baby last night that I did not know about, then it was probably an accident. I don't think somebody would potentially, Danny, or anybody would potentially that I know or that was in that house hurt the children. I don't think they would. You don't be ready to fight over the babies just for calling them or referring to them as these little effers. Just then I want to fight you.
There's many places that when y'all went outside, when you go outside and play with coins or anything that attracted him, like that he liked to follow dogs, that he liked water, that he liked
Water, he loves the water and balls. I love balls. I didn't really, if we went for a walk, it was only from like my house to the stop sign, but we always played in the backyard. In the backyard, we go out there and there's a clear area next to the carport where I can like kick the ball around with him and he can run and follow me, not be too worried. That's what we would play out there. He would always be attracted to that old rusty truck behind the carport. So,
but we know that, the playpen, the pack employee, he wasn't strong enough, tall enough, big enough to crawl out of there on his own. So whatever has happened to Dylan at this point, he was picked up out of that pack employee.
what was it? Any type of medication yesterday when I was asleep. I would have heard that. I would have heard my door opening. I would have heard all of that. I would have been prevented from whatever happened to my child happening to my child. Whether it was him or a stranger, I would have been able to prevent it.
Have you had anybody when Quinton was playing out in the yard, when the kids were playing out in the yard, any passersby just randomly come up and start talking to you? Hey, how you doing?
There was a white male that's come up and knocked on my door. He's passed him off about 3 times randomly. One time was at like 12 o'clock at night saying, God told me to come bless you and your kids. And he left. And he came back the following week again. About 1 o'clock. Knocked on the door. I said, who is it? Whatever. And he said his name. And I was like, do you need anything? Are you okay? I didn't open my screen door. That was still shut. No, but I had that. So I didn't open the screen door part. I was like, what do you want? What do you need? Are you okay? Do you need assistance? You call somebody. He said no, and he left again. And the last time I seen him was a few days ago when I had all the kids, including Scott, all of us were outside in the front yard kicking the ball around.
Did you ever try to engage or interact with the kids? Like, hey, buddy, how are you doing? You ever seen that like that?
Every time they knocked on the door, came to the yard, he's always, hey, how you doing? What's up? My church is this, and God bless you, and give me a hug.
Did this man give you any sort of bad vibes? Did you think he was an upstanding person, legitimate, or there was something
There's something off about him. I mean, one person comes up and knocks at somebody's door at that time of night to say, God bless you.
So what else? You have no idea, like a car or anything?
I've never seen him in front of a car. I've never seen him in a car. He's always just come walking open the road. I can tell you he's probably about 5'11", light blue eyes, 160 pounds, maybe around 19, 20 years old. He looked young. He's younger than me. He looked young. So, other than that, that's the only person that's popped up recently at all that's been random out the blue. You know, completely unexpected and at very odd times. That's it. Give me a piece of paper.
Yeah, you get a dry socket with that. You're probably a lot of pain right now still, aren't you?
It's all it hurts. It's the whole area. They took.
Do not miss that.
They took this
How
tooth.
for mine.
They took this tooth. My wisdom tooth. The one in front of it and one in here.
Just hold tight for a minute. We'll step outside. And if you could just sit in here. Okay, do you need anything while we're out? We'll come back in. You want anything?
Just let me know when I can smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Now, that last line of questioning from Special Agent Snyder was about whether there'd been any suspicious strangers around the house anytime recently, right?
Yes.
And in that nearly hour-long interview, is it fair to say that most of the questions focused on whether Danny might have been responsible?
Yes.
There were also questions about whether there could have been an accident,
Yes, several times.
and there were questions about whether Quinton could have just gotten out of the pack and played himself and walked away.
Yes.
And she denied that that was impossible.
Yeah, she said he wasn't capable of doing that.
There were questions about how Paul treated the kids and what his relationship with the children was like.
Yes.
And she said that he treated the kids well and that their relationship was good,
Yes.
as she had said for Danny,
Yes.
who was, in her words, afraid to even pop them.
Yes.
Is it fair to say then that you all as an investigative team kept an open mind about what might have happened?
We did.
One moment, please, Your Honor. I think this might be a good time for a break.
Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. It is 10 after 3. Let's come back at 3:25 for a 15-minute break. Again, don't discuss the case and don't do any research. All right?
You're exiting?
Thank you. All right. See you back at 3:25.
Thank you.
Thank you. Detective Lemons, come back and take your place at the witness stand. You are under oath. You remain under oath. And Mr. Dean, whenever you are ready.
Thank you. All right. Going back to State's Exhibit 13, which has been introduced into evidence and identified as the October 5th, 2022, day one interview recordings, okay? And this is the very last frame of the last interview that we watched. Can you look up at the timestamp and tell us when and the day this interview ended?
It is 10/5/2022 at 16:32.
4:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after this interview was over, did you guys take a break?
We did.
And during the break, what was happening?
We were gathering as a case team, discussing everyone's separate interviews, what information we've collected from the scene, from the interviews, and what we were going to do next.
And was one of the next things you did, or the next thing that you did with the defendant, is ask her to write a written statement?
We did.
And how did that begin?
So we did that with her, Paul, and Daniel. Each one of the groups had a form that we read from explaining what we were looking for in the written statement. They all agreed to do it.
Now, was she in the interview room still when you asked her or approached her about writing a written statement?
Yes.
Before you did that, did the two of you at some point go out and smoke a cigarette together?
We did.
Are you a smoker?
I'm not.
You were that day, though?
I was that day.
While you were smoking a cigarette with her, I presume that was outside.
It was, yes.
Okay. Did you, two of you, kind of engage in small talk?
We did.
Did she talk to you about her family, things like that?
Yes.
Did she mention anything in particular to you about Zane and her relationship with Zane, her oldest child?
She did.
What do you remember her saying?
She talked very fondly of Zane, how he got her through a lot of emotional issues in her life.
And did you catch in one of the recordings that we've already watched her saying something about the importance of the first 24 hours of a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
What did she say about that earlier, as best you remember?
She was just stressing the importance that we find Quinton within those 24 hours. And I believe she mentioned the odds were going to decrease after that 24 hours.
Did that seem to be her understanding of how these things work?
Yes.
That if 24 hours goes by without the person being found, and the odds kind of tank?
Yes.
While you were outside smoking a cigarette together, did she repeat that same thing?
She did.
And did she say anything to you while you were smoking a cigarette outside about her relationship with Bubba, with Henry Bubba Moss Jr., Quinton's father, during the time period that she was pregnant with Quinton?
Yes.
What do you remember her saying about that?
That her and Bubba had already split up before she even found out that she was pregnant. And then she talked about how Bubba didn't believe that she was pregnant, and that she had Quinton by herself. Like she gave birth to Quinton by herself.
Now, it was after that cigarette and that conversation that she was placed back in the interview room?
Yes.
And sometime after that, you all approached her to write a written statement?
Correct.
One moment, please. I'm going to try to turn this TV on. So I'm opening up from State's Exhibit 13, a file labeled Interview Room 1857 to 1947.
So we've talked about a lot.
What time are we at now?
1858.
6:58 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And what's about to happen here?
We're about to read from the form her instructions for the written statement.
And there's some things that I'm sure you want to, be sure that we completely understand. And so because of that, I'm going to take the time and just have you write, from start to finish, what we talked about. And I got a couple of things here I want to read to you. And then I'm going to leave this with you and then give you the opportunity to put in your words, what happened, from really, starting yesterday.
Got my kids.
Yeah, forward to when you made the 911 call. Okay. So I'm going to put today's date on here. Today is October the 5th. So 10/5/22. So I'm just going to read this out. I'm going to read this piece of paper with you. And you can read it again, but I want you to completely understand kind of the purpose and the thought process of this statement. So just read along with me, okay? Before recording in your memories on today, take as long as you need to picture in your mind where you were, what you saw, what you were thinking, how you were feeling at that time. Why should you do this? Thinking about the event before writing down your memories will help you remember more details. So don't just what that's saying. Just don't start randomly write things. Take a minute and figure out how you want to put your thoughts to paper. Okay. Give yourself plenty of time to concentrate. Visualize what happened in your mind. Think about the following things: where you were, what you were doing, who you were with, how you were feeling, what was happening, what was involved, what you could see, what you could hear. It may help sometimes to close your eyes and kind of process this and think about it. And there's a lot of things you talked about. There's some things that, I don't want to call them lies, just things that we had to come back and readdress. So I encourage you to take the time to reflect, and anything that we haven't talked about, feel free to put that in there as well. And then once you're satisfied you've managed to fully remember the event, turn the page and continue. So right here, this is just, some open-ended, lines here. When the space provided, with today's date, write down the things you remember them. It doesn't matter if you remember the things out of order in which they happened. Don't leave out any of the details. Write every detail you remember about the entire day, no matter how insignificant it may seem. The time that you remember when you put the spaghetti, on the stove to cook the noodles. That's the type of detail that we're looking for you in this statement. Okay. Use as many pages as you need. Take as much time as you like. Don't guess about the details. If you can't remember, just put basically, I know this happened, but I can't remember the exact time. And just make sure it's complete and exactly as possible. And we're going to give you as much time as you need to do this. Don't rush it. This is the biggest thing in my life right now. I know it's the biggest thing in your life. So just know that we're here and we're going to continue to, like I told you earlier, turn over every leaf possible. Okay. You have any questions at all? Okay. So you're more than welcome to read through that again. There's an extra pen in case this one goes down. We're going to step outside. If you need anything, just knock on the door. And we'll be more than happy to come here and accommodate you. Okay?
All right, after those instructions that we just watched, did the defendant proceed to complete a written statement in the interview?
She did.
And did she eventually come to the door and let you all know that she was finished with it?
She did.
And did she give it to you?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 17?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
So the front page is the instructions that we had given her, and the following pages is her statement. Or her statement.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the original written statement that she completed?
It is.
Your Honor, I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 17.
Objection.
Exhibit 17 is admitted without objection.
Now, those instructions that we heard Special Agent Snyder reading on the video, is that what he was reading from the front page of that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish this to the jury now by having you read her written statement. Not all the instructions, because we just heard this, but what she wrote.
Okay. My fiance and I picked up the kids from the babysitter, Michelle McCarta, around 4:30 p.m. When we got home, I started cooking dinner. I was cooking the sausage and the hamburger meat for the spaghetti while Daniel, my fiance, was getting the kids settled down and cleaning the room. After we ate, I put Zane, Quinton, and Sky in the bath to start getting ready for bed. I then took them all out of the bath, dried them off, put pajamas on them, and gave Zane and Quinton both a cup and their tablets. It was probably around 8 p.m. I decided to put a movie on and played with my kids for about an hour and a half. So no, it's about 9:30 p.m. and I just laid Quinton in bed with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I gave him his tablet to help him lay down and started to relax for the night. After I laid Zane down with his cup and tablet, Quinton was very talkative when I finally took the tablet away around 10 p.m. But it didn't even take 20 minutes before he was fast asleep. During this time, Danny was cleaning up from dinner, doing laundry, and laying on the bed with Sky. After Quinton fell asleep and Zane fell asleep, which was no later than 10:25 p.m., Danny and I started to get into it. And because I had just gotten my wisdom teeth removed earlier that day, I was already aggravated because my mouth hurt. So I decided to take a quick drive to 204 to pay back $20 we owed on a front to a guy named Red. Before I even left the house, I checked all three kids. All three of them were fast asleep. I left at 10:33 p.m. Arrived at 204 at 10:44 p.m. and arrived back home at 10:54 p.m. I then checked on all the kids one more time before I crawled into bed with Daniel. I then attempted to get some rest, but my mouth was keeping me awake. I stay in bed for about 2 hours until 1 a.m. until I finally had enough of my mouth hurting. So I got up, called Circle K to see if they had any Orajel, and they didn't. So I got in contact with a old coworker of mine named Misty, and she did have Orajel. So I left the house at 1:13 a.m., rode up to the Chevron at the end of Buckholter, and got some Orajel. When I got back home again, it was 1:25 a.m. I went to the bathroom as soon as I got home and applied the Orajel. I then checked on all the kids again, and they were all perfectly fine. Zane was asleep in his little race car bed with his tablet on his chest. Quinton was asleep in his playpen with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I moved his hair out of his face, and little man moved a little, grabbed his blanket, snuggled up to it. Sky was asleep on the couch, and Danny was laying on the bed. I then crawl back into bed after double checking the locks on the door at probably around 1:45 a.m. I go to sleep. When I wake up, it's 8:59 a.m. on the dot. The very first thing I noticed was my door was open. I immediately closed the door and checked to make sure all the kids were there, but they weren't. Zane was, Sky was, but Quinton wasn't. I start to panic. I searched the whole house, top to bottom, inside and out, and my baby was nowhere to be found. I called Danny because he went to work at 6 a.m., asked if he'd seen Quinton or took him to the babysitter. He said no, that Quinton was in his playpen when he left and that the door was closed, not opened. So at 9:17 a.m., and I called 911 to report my son missing. After I called 911, I called Michelle, the babysitter, to urgently come help me look. Danny was at work when I called him and came straight home. He was home before the cops arrived. All I could keep saying was, I need my baby. Where is my baby? Note, please, please do everything possible to bring my little man, my monkey, my Quinton home to me, please.
Now, in the instructions that are on the front of that form and that we heard Special Agent Snyder read, is it fair to say that the defendant was urged to be thorough?
Yes.
Fair to say that she was urged to be truthful?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that she was urged to include every detail?
Yes.
So if she had wanted to revise her story about what she was doing at the drug dealer, would this have been a good time to do that?
It would have.
If she had wanted to say, I wasn't actually at the Chevron, I went next to the dumpsters at Azalea, would this have been a good time to do that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, was there any mention of throwing trash away at Azalea in this statement?
There was no mention of her going to Azalea.
Okay. Any mention of throwing trash away anywhere at all?
No.
Would these instructions have called for that detail?
It would have.
Now, while she was sitting in the interview room between interviews, what was she doing?
She was eating a few times, talking to some of the officers walking by, or the ones that were sitting there watching everyone.
Now, at some point, did she make a disclosure to an officer out in the hallway about anger problems, behavioral issues?
She did.
And was that captured on camera?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would publish from State's Exhibit 13 a file entitled Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
You may proceed.
Fair day is that up?
Now, what time was this at?
So the timestamp on this is 21:01.
So 9 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to keep asking you.
I know.
And who's she talking to?
I believe she's talking to Officer Carlson and Agent Solomon.
Okay, Savannah Solomon?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And what are we going to hear her say, more or less?
She's talking about her anger issues and how she can snap into anger very quickly.
And I'll publish this now, Your Honor.
There are days that I wake up or days that something so little just might happen. Just like a trigger. And a snap. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you. Everything, even my tone of voice. Can you feel that happening? You know? Where it's like, when it happens, I have finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment that it's like a switch. Yeah. I don't even realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and treated you like that for no reason. And then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Now, I'm sorry, I'm crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know why I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like the slowly transition or whatever, it's it's because I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I've had a good day overall, and then something might trigger me, slower. Okay. I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions I have, everything. I can feel the difference. But when it happens, like a day like today, with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, that's a snap.
Now, sometime after that, did you and Special Agent Snyder interview her again in the interview?
We did.
Okay. And before that, had you further searched her phone?
Yes.
And had you seen messages in her phone about buying, using Percocets?
We did.
And is that, at least in part, what you wanted to talk to her about?
Yes,
And did you all talk to her
we did.
about that?
Yeah.
What did she say about the Percocet messages?
That she was buying them for a friend.
Friend named?
Cheyenne.
And did you ask her whether she uses any drugs other than marijuana?
We did.
Now, she had mentioned smoking marijuana earlier, right, but hadn't mentioned any other drug use.
That's correct.
And in this next interview, when you asked her whether she does any drugs other than marijuana, what did she say?
She said that she had in the past, but not currently.
Your Honor, this next interview is something close to an hour long. I'm ready to play it, but I will just float that to the court and the jury, I suppose.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:25. I think we should take a quick break. But we're going to fit this this exhibit in. Going to hear it. I want to give you guys a quick break before we sit you down for an hour. Okay. So let's take a quick break. Let's make it 10 minutes. It's 4:25. We'll be ready to go at 4:35. We're in recess.
While you're exiting,
Thank you, Williams. All right, let's take a break. See y'all in 10. Okay, we are back on the record in the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. The state's ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is ready.
The defense is ready, Judge.
Okay, please bring out the jury. Okay. Okay. Welcome back once again. Were you able to follow the court's instructions not to discuss the case, not to? Very good. Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, pardon that sidebar I just had with Ms. Hinchy, a staff attorney. Mr. Dean, you can go ahead and proceed with the showing of the video.
Thank you, Your Honor. So when we left off, you said that you looked through her phone a little further and seen some messages about Percocets, I think.
Yes.
And you were going to go in with Special Agent Snyder again and ask her about those messages and ask her about her drug use.
Yes.
Of which she had told you to this point that all she'd done the night before was smoke
Marijuana.
marijuana. And did this interview start at about 9:26 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. I'll go ahead and publish from States Exhibit 13, a file entitled Interview Room 2126, 2229.
Anything before we sit down and look at all?
I'm alright, my brother's ordering food.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Thank you so much for being patient with us. There's just a lot of things we're trying to work through and figure out, so, thank you so much, I appreciate you.
Gotta do well,
Yeah, I appreciate you.
as much detail as I could, and I was even like, this is who.
A lot of good detail in here, so we appreciate you taking the time to.
And I was trying my hardest to think about exactly what Danny was doing when I was in there getting the kids ready and all that stuff for bed. I couldn't get the times on, but I do know that he was cleaning up dinner and doing lunch and stuff like that.
Yeah, your memory is, it's impeccable when it comes to the exact times, yes.
There's a lot to do with Life 360. We're trying to keep a schedule with my kids. Trying to.
I can barely get up in the morning at that time, so.
Now, anything in particular you can remember, when you went to meet Red at, any area of Flacco's Tacos? Is there anything you remember about that? Any cars that you saw, anything, that stuck out?
No, I can tell you this for a fact, that I watched Red pull off and go the opposite direction of where I went before I pulled off.
Which way did he go?
He went up towards, not towards,
Opposite of 95?
opposite of 95, there you go, that direction.
Was there any other cars in the parking lot of them?
No, none at all that I could see, not probably no.
And
There's a rideshare across the street, but there's always a whole bunch of cars there, so I really can't tell you about that.
And how about the Orgel?
The Orgel.
Yeah, how did you pay for that?
Oh, I didn't. I called my friend Misty. She already had some.
Okay.
Because when I called Circle K and they didn't have any, I got in contact with her. And I had to do that off of a text and I don't know because her phone's not on. Whatever. So I did that. I met her right there at the showroom. She walked up there. She handed it to me. To her and I'll walk. So not Orgel, you will find it in the bathroom.
Did you notice anything at the Chevron? Any cars there at all?
Just the U-Hauls that they normally have parked there.
Okay, and help me again, is that the Chevron on the corner of
Buckhalter.
Buckhalter? Yeah.
So when you get to that light, if you're coming from my house, heading towards 17, you would go right. And it's literally immediately on the right hand side. There was only one time, and I really didn't think this was relevant because it was months ago, that I left that Jasmine's Food Mart about 9 o'clock at night. Oh, yeah, thank you. It's my little brother's word.
Looking at her big sis, right?
I left there and I'm pretty sure I was just picking up a couple of beers for dinner. And there was this little tan car that followed me almost all the way past the school. But by the time I had passed the school, it was pulling into the driveway. The car had stopped and turned around, so I didn't think much of it. But they did pull out from Jasmine's the moment I did. They followed me all the way down that road until I passed that school.
What time was that?
It was about 9 o'clock that night. I can't tell you exactly what day it was. I don't even when I know it was about 9 o'clock that night, because I had work at 6 o'clock that next morning. And I was working 12-hour shifts, so it was probably on a Wednesday. I think that's when I first started, and it was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday shift. It was probably a couple months ago that happened. Yeah, but that's the only time that I can ever remember anybody following me, and the person looked like he was probably like skinny little Mexican. So.
And the time that you got home last night? What time was that?
After I went to 4, or after that, it was like 10:54, 10:53. It was before 11.
And then you made the, you woke up at 9.
Yeah, it's
You
fine.
woke up at 9. Did you wake up at all before that? Were you lying awake in bed, or was your teeth just hurt so bad you were out until you woke up?
I was out until I woke up. When I finally was able to get enough relief to actually go to sleep, I was out until I woke up at 9. Like, I didn't feel Danny get out of bed. I didn't hear no alarms. I didn't hear any doors shut. I didn't hear the car cranked up. I didn't hear the pool filter come on just right next to the corner of my room where the bed is. So, I didn't hear anything. When I got up at 9, that's what was it. So between about 1:45 and 9 o'clock, I was asleep the whole time.
And then just walk me through again. Look down here, I just want to have a good understanding. Exactly when you woke up, what was give me step by step what you did when you woke up.
So the way the room is set up, my bed, as soon as you wake up, you can see the front door. So as soon as I woke up and I sat up, I seen the door was open. I got up immediately, went and shut the door, and went and made sure all the kids were there. And when I noticed Quinton wasn't there, searched the whole house, up and down, in and out, front yard, backyard, side yard, everything where I could search, couldn't find him. So I called Annie.
What makes you know it was exactly that time? Did you have your phone with you, or how did you know what time it was?
Just like when I woke up, the first thing I did was look at my phone. Like, first automatic reaction was look at my phone. I got up, making sure, because like if it was like 7 o'clock, I went back to sleep because the kids weren't gonna be up yet. You know, it was 9, and these kids were gonna get up pretty soon. So I got up and looked at it, immediately went to shut the door. Looked at the couch. Scott's over there. Looked at the bed across in front of the playpen. Zane right there. Looked at the playpen. Clayton went there. I called Danny. After I searched the house inside.
When did you notice the door?
The door, as soon as I woke up, like I got up, looked at my phone, seen the time, looked at my door was open.
And what door was this exactly?
The very front door of the house. And that door is normally always locked unless somebody's awake. So.
And then tell me the call pattern. So who did you call? Did you go see Paul first upstairs, or did you call Danny?
I called Danny first. Called Danny first, and then I ran upstairs to Paul when he said no. I ran upstairs to Paul and I said, for some reason, is he in your room? Because he's not anywhere else in the house and he's not outside. No. All right. So then I called 911, and then I called Michelle. And I called Michelle to come over and to pretty much try to help me look and search more while I got the other 2 kids in the house. So, and she came over right away. She was there before the cops got there.
So was Danny with you?
He was at work.
Well, when you called 911?
When I called, no.
He was not with you?
No, I think he was. I think he had called me as soon as I got off the phone or something like that, saying that he was about to be home. So he was on the way. So I called him, and he was there like on 17 or 20, something like that. And that's good timing. This week it's a 20-minute ride to work.
Right. You mentioned that you and Danny had some sort of argument. You were frustrated.
Yeah, I was frustrated, and it wasn't like an argument. It was more like I don't understand why you don't want to touch me type of stuff. So once again, I was feeling worthless over there pretty much. And the only way I could make myself get away from that and to try not to get 100% into that type of mindset was to take off forever.
And so when you left the house last night at roughly
Like 10:30.
So you left the house at 10:30. Was it kind of one of those situations where you leave and you slam the door and like you're not on good terms with Danny?
It was
So
more.
you left.
I looked at him. I was like, yes, looked at him straight in the face and said, before this escalates and gets to where we're arguing and yelling and keeping everybody up in the name of this, I'm just gonna go away for a minute. I'll be back. And we'll talk. You know, so we're there to 204. Flockus, literally met about Flockus. Gave him $20, went back to the house,
Don't talk about.
I crawled into bed. I crawled into bed with him with Red and all the kids. I got back or whatever and been there for a minute and just talked.
Did you talk about the problem
talking, he was talking about how he doesn't know how to explain that becoming a father. I think it had a lot to do with his sex drive.
His what?
Sex drive.
Okay. Has it changed some?
It's not it.
It's not at all.
So it's changed a lot, and that had a lot to do with the way I've been feeling about myself too a lot lately. Because I'm sitting there thinking that it's me. Maybe it's just something about me. You just don't want it anymore.
Were you trying to do something before?
No, it was like I didn't hold things in. So what I was talking to him about was a few days ago.
What happened?
Like it started, and then he lost his hunter, and it lasted 2 minutes. He didn't try again.
Yeah.
So I didn't say anything about it for a couple of days. And I finally said something less. And I didn't want it to turn into an argument, which is why I didn't say something about it when it happened.
Yeah.
So when it started getting heated with us just talking, I was trying to avoid it. Left, went to go pay rent, we came back. We were able to live there for a minute talking about it. And I finally stopped talking. My health is hurting. And I told him, I was like, we got to the end of the lake that we're good. And whenever I laid there for a minute, he went to sleep pretty quick after we finished talking. Me, I went laying there tossing and turning because I'm trying.
So Percocets help some?
If I had a Percocet, he prescribed me 800 milligrams of ibuprofen.
So you didn't get a Percocet from Red when you were out there?
No. I just gave him $20. And even if I did want to get a Percocet, that'd be $35.
When was the last time you got some?
Last time? I was it for 6 months ago. I don't do pills like that. Like, if anything, anybody gotta worry about anything with me is smoking weed. Because I don't smoke the hell out of weed. I'll be honest about that. Everything else, no. My mom's a drug addict. I watched her D. I see her almost get covered up in leaves in the kitchen. So I say, no. Anything that's not homegrown or bought at a convenience store, I don't want. When I mean homegrown, I don't mean cooked on the stove. I mean grown out of dirt. They're homegrown and grown, not created.
Yeah.
There's some things that you just you have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to, what went on. You know that you gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there about you purchasing Percocet as recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So would you mind talking about that? Is that dated, or help me understand that?
Is it dated? So
What's your story?
sometimes when you ask me if I've done it, I haven't done it recently. I do have a friend named Cheyenne. Cheyenne Crosby, who lives on Gerard Avenue. She will call me from time to time. I'll place a call log. She can call me a long ago, asking for perks or whatever if I can get it, and I'll get it for her. I'll drop it off, whatever, or I'll get it dropped off, and she'll come pick it up. So, but no, we haven't been messing with the Percocets.
So when was the last time that you actually exchanged a text message with somebody about using Percocets or buying Percocets for somebody else? When do you think that was?
It's been a couple of times the past couple of weeks.
Okay.
So I can't tell you exactly the last time. It
That's
was probably day before yesterday. I want to say that probably was.
So we got to go back to that accident taking place at the house. What happened at the house with Quinton? And I'm looking at you in the eye, and I'm being as passionate and as serious and as genuine. And I hope you see that.
I do. I do. I do. I really do.
All we have to do.
I want you to know that there was no.
It's fine, Quinton.
There was no accident. There was no playing in somebody's head. There was no, the TV fell over or something like that. Nothing like that at all happened. When we got home, Danny took them to the room, started getting them settled down, out of the car seat, taking their shoes off, getting their tablets and toys going on as they started cooking. The night went like a normal night. This is what I don't get.
We know that from 11:40 until about 9:22, that the door didn't open. You have a pretty sophisticated ADT alarm system.
I'm sorry to interrupt the playback, especially at 5 till 5. But what Special Agent Snyder is saying right here, we know that the front door didn't open until 9:22. Where had y'all gotten that information?
From Leilani's brother, Joe.
Okay. Had Joe come into the precinct as well?
Yes, I drove him there.
You drove him there, and had he sat down for an interview with a different detective?
Yes, Detective Noble.
Okay, and Detective Noble will talk about what Joe was able to show him on Joe's phone in the way of ADT records?
Yes.
So we know the door never opened. You tell us that the door was open.
The door was open. When I woke up, the door was open. That door was 100% open. And like, the reason why I can tell you that for a fact, no matter what you say about that camera system thing is, since my cousin William was staying at that house, and where that camera is to the front of the house, whatever, he unplugged it the moment that he moved in. You know, so the security system is not a security system if it's not being used properly. The door was open about that far. From here, where it shuts, it's about that far. It was open for a fact. It was just like, it's hard not to wake up and see the sun shining right in your face. Life was normal night, food, bed, bath, movie, everything that we normally do, TV on, laying down, we had a bath, you know?
At least you want it to be normal, but something happened that night that was not normal, and that's all we're looking to do. You've been through a lot of trauma in your life.
And if the thing is, like, if something did, it was not normal. I was not aware or made aware, or it was when I was not home or was asleep, because not one thing went weird or wrong or out of the ordinary after we got the kids at 4:30. Not one thing. At all. Not even the way the kids were acting or behaving. They were doing just fine. I really do mean this.
Were you both home until you decided to go out and talk to Red? You and Danny?
Yeah, both home. Danny was the only one home when I left by the time we got back, Paul, so.
And it's just y'all that drive the cars too?
Yeah, us three, between the three of us, we drive the truck and the Dodge. That's all we drive.
And then Paul's the one that drives
He drives the truck, the truck. He drives the truck more often. We drive the Dodge more often. It's better on gas.
What kind of car is the Dodge?
It was a 2015 Dodge Journey.
Okay. Is that what y'all went to go pick up the kids in?
That's what we picked up the kids in. That's what I used when I went to 204 and when I went to get the overtime.
Okay.
That's exactly what I used.
Gotcha. And you just took the normal route down Buckholder for both of those?
Yep.
And what time was that again when you picked up the kids?
4:30.
4:30.
It could have been way earlier, but we didn't get home and try to like.
Is there any way it could have been later?
No. Like I'm saying, we would have picked them up way earlier if we didn't have to go and pick up my mess and then go to the house and want to clean the house and straighten that stuff up. So it would have been earlier. We did leave work earlier that day because we were going to go get this done. But we left at like 8 or 7. 7:30 we left work yesterday. And when we got to the office, the doctor's office, or whatever, they had me in there by 8:30, out by 9:32. Something like that, 9:32. Whatever. And then we went and dropped off prescriptions. We went to Kroger's. We went to the house. We straightened up the house down. Or whatever. And I relaxed for a minute. Some more salt water and watching Netflix. Not Netflix. HBO Max. I don't got Netflix anymore. And then I told him that text Michelle, make sure it was okay if we picked him up at 4:30. If that was still okay, let him know what was going on. That yes, we are home, but this is what's going on. And that's what we did. And we picked him up at 4:35 to be exact. Told him that. I can show you that too.
Well, I don't doubt your memories are impeccable. I mean, some of the exact times you have on here, to a certain extent. And yeah, it to the trauma that you experienced, and you gotta understand that bad news doesn't get better with time. Okay. And so.
And that's what I'm freaking out the most about. This most dark time. It's already dark. And weather's getting cold. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's warm. I don't know if he's fed. I don't even know if he's okay in general. And that's what I want to know. I don't understand that y'all are doing your job. I do. I 100% do. But there is nothing about last night that stood out, that was out of the ordinary, or that didn't go as a normal night goes. Minus the fact of me hauling tail when I did to go pay red and get orange out. That was it. Those are the only two things that did not go as normal.
But Lauren, accidents happen. Accidents happen. Things happen that in your mind that you want to suppress, that you just want to push as far away from reality as possible. And that happens. That happens in everybody's life. You know, but there's things here that just aren't adding up. And I want you to help us understand that.
Yeah,
okay?
and I'm better.
Your car, Dodge Journey, you drive that.
Yeah.
What's the white powder that's spilled in the back of that? What is that?
Baby cereal that busted in a cereal bag when we were shopping. That's baby cereal.
Why is the Dodge Journey with your tag up in north and south on Ogeechee Road at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening, yesterday?
Because I said, see, he was probably going to go get beer.
So that was him driving.
That was most likely him at the time to go get beer. I don't remember leaving at 6. I don't think I left at 6. No, I didn't leave nothing at all.
What kind of beer does he drink?
Nashville Lights.
Where does he put the cans when he drinks?
We have a bag that we normally tie in the closet in our bedroom. We're going to put them in there. And I don't know, I might find one or two in the car. He tells me up and down that he does drink in the car. But I've found bottles of little Fireball and cans before. So that I won't know. I don't know.
Well, just help us out. Like we have a combination of a lot of things here. We have you know, you told us the mental health issues that you're going through. You have a wisdom teeth pulled. You're a heavy sleeper. We have Danny, who you told us is a drinker and combined, beer with Fireball. And we have the door that we know with a pretty good degree of certainty. I mean, again, it's not what you believe, but the door didn't open between basically 11:54 last night and 9:20 this morning. And then your sophisticated security system.
Yeah, and that's crazy as well. Because you keep on saying that. But after I got back from getting the orange out, I walked out on the front porch and smoked a cigarette before I laid down. So that door has opened between those times. And when I woke up, that door was open.
But you got back home at 10:55.
That was after I paid rent. I said after I went and picked up the orange out. That would have been about 1:30 that I stepped outside on my front porch in the morning. So, but no, nothing out the ordinary.
Would you have been up any other times throughout the night?
No, I didn't get up any other time after that.
Does anybody else coming or going from the house?
No, they ain't went to work. That was the last time anybody should have left the house after I got back.
Well, just help us help you, okay? Like, this isn't going away. Like, we are going to get to the bottom of this. If we have to stay here.
I wanted you to understand.
Oh my God.
I don't want anything to go away. I want him to be found.
And that's the only way we're
I know that, and I've given you everything that I could. I've even sat there when I was writing this out, over reading it, rereading it, writing and checking and making sure that I was writing down every little thing that I think that happened between then and now, and I don't know where my baby is. I don't know what happened to him, and all I know is that you're sitting here constantly trying to ask me to help you find him, and I'm doing the best that I can, but nothing that I'm going to tell you is going to change. You've been honest. Nothing else that is going to change what you come in here and ask me about. I've been honest from the back. If I have forgotten to mention it, and you mentioned it to me, I've been honest about it. So I don't know where happened to my child, and I don't know where my baby is. I frequently. Now, the other door, nobody's been in and out.
Last night specific.
Last night?
Yeah.
Well, I know that at one point I went out the back door to the play side.
Oh, yeah, it's just you trying to help.
I know. I went to the back door and play side to try to collect all the cups and stuff that I always find everywhere. Because, 11 something, I had already went to red and came back. I had already went to red and came back. It was 11 something. I'm just trying to help straighten up and clean up. That's all that was. And I opened that door, but that door only opened, that door on that side only opened twice. The other one would be in and out between Paul going in and out, Danny going in and out, letting the dogs out. You know, that's the only time the other door would be open and out.
Paul's asleep upstairs. He doesn't come down until you call him.
Yeah.
Danny is sound asleep because when you get home, you guys lay in the bed together and you go to sleep. So, the front door, I'll give you that. Okay, maybe it doesn't trigger, when it opens, one time.
Yeah, and you were talking about that thing on the top of it? That hasn't worked since I've been in that room. That little white thing has not worked since I've been in that room or since I've been in the house. That has not worked. Anytime you open that door, it does not chime. It does not make a noise at all.
So, do you think when you came home from red and you brushed Quinton's hair, was he alive at that point?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, 100%. He was warm, his cheeks were pink, and I touched his hair and moved it. He moved and curled over like this. Grabbed the blanket, curled over. So yes, the baby's alive. Don't say you make me think that he's dead. Please don't do that. He's not. Whoever he is, he's not. I can't live with that. I can't live with that. He was alive last time I seen my baby. He was alive and he was moving and he had color in his face and he was my happy baby.
I can see the joy when you talk about Quinton.
He was my happy baby.
What's she saying there?
He was my happy baby.
Was, not his.
Was.
Paused it at 22:08:01 to ask that question. Resuming playback now.
I need him to come home. I need him to come home. I need him. I gotta make sure he's okay. He could come home.
That's all we want to do. We want to find him wherever he is. If he needs attention right now, that's all we want to do is find him and bring him back to his mother.
And I don't know.
But if an accident happened, we have to do some sort of accident happen.
What's the thing? It's like, I don't want to.
Just tell us what happened. That's all we want to know.
There was no accident. There was no somebody falling. There was no horse playing. There was no door being left over and a child walked outside. There was none of that. None of it at all. Then whatever happened, somebody picked that baby up out of that playpen and they took him with them. That's what they did. There's no way he can get out of that playpen on his own. No way. At all. Now that being tipped over by his brother or somebody picking him up or having a toy in there to step on. He could not get out of there. So I do not know where he happened to. I don't know where he is. I don't know if something happened when I was back home. I don't know. I don't know who to trust. I don't know who to talk to. I don't know if his family does the worst thing to you. So how am I supposed to know? I don't know. I don't know. But I tell you this, we guess will not be left alone with nobody again.
What in your mind? I can hear you talk. You don't trust Danny 100%.
And that's mainly because of what he's done to me. The cheapness. That's why I don't trust him 100% when it comes to my kids. I've never doubted him. My mother has. My mother's doubted him before. I have never doubted him. marks on my kids. I have never came.
Do you think he takes care of it when he's?
Yes, he does. He'll take care of him, that man.
What if I told you that if you're not home by the time that you say you're supposed to be home, and Danny is there with the kids by himself, that he just leaves? He just leaves the kids there unattended. Would that be a surprise to you?
Yes. That would be 100%. That is something he would not do.
That's something that he does.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't. Did he say that?
We told you we're looking at every possible.
Somebody's left my kids unattended before when I wasn't home.
And that's what we're trying to get to. What else has Danny done? What accident happened?
I don't know if there was an accident.
What did he talk to you?
He
Did he say anything?
said nothing at all about the kids when I got home. Nothing. He just laid there and he was just talking about my anger issues, my mental problems, what makes him turned off about me. And I did the same and told him about what turns me off about him. And we went again. So I'm not understanding. I don't think he would do me, but then again, I didn't think he'd leave my kids alone. I don't understand this. They only have no leads on my babies. No lead on them at all.
We were working nonstop. And we're not going to stop. I can promise you, when you leave here tonight, there's folks working throughout the night and tomorrow until they find them. But we really are leaning on you right now. Based on everything that we know at this point, I think we'll both agree that something happened. Quinton was crying. Somebody got frustrated. Maybe something happened that you weren't expecting. And Quinton fell unconscious. And you're 23 years old. You don't know how to handle situations like that. Danny didn't know how to handle situations where, you said you don't remember him falling, but you said multiple times throughout the interview, we've gone back and forth, he was battling, and there were some times he was crying, and it can get frustrating. I've got 3 kids myself.
He's not like every single scene he's been able to walk or crawl. He's always in the battling thing. And it doesn't frustrate me. I'm used to it. And then I got Zane, and then I got him, and then I got Scott. Whatever. And there was something that happened. I don't know what it was. And I want y'all both to look me in my eyes. I would not pick somebody over my children. Never would I pick somebody over my children. I would not. I don't care how much I love them. Okay? I've never once seen him hurt my kids. I have never seen marks on my kids. And nothing out the way last night made me feel like he would have done something or was acting some way like he was trying to hide something. Nothing at all made me think like that. And I am an overthinker. Okay? I am a serious overthinker. So even one little thing that would put that thought in my mind, I would have been thinking about it. I would have been questioning. Nothing though. He was just being Danny, being normal. Everything was being normal. And my kid's gone. So something is not fucking normal. I don't understand anything.
What is that?
Why? I went to bed thinking that I was going to wake up just like any other day and make breakfast for all of my kids. I didn't think I was going to be waking up, calling the cops because I can't find my kid. Okay? I don't know where he is. I don't know if something happened to him. I don't know at all. Okay? I don't. I've written down everything I know. I've told the cops. I've told y'all. I've told everybody everything I know or could possibly think of. At all. My routine, what we did, what kids did, what I did, what Danny did. I just did everything that I could have wrote down.
claims he smokes some marijuana. He doesn't gamble, not involved in any sort of hardcore drug abuse, doesn't have a lot of debts. So no one really, from what you told us, has any sort of ill will against Danny. So the motivation for somebody to come take your kid because they're mad at you or mad at Danny, isn't there. You don't have that. Like you're good people as far as that goes. Then we go down to your baby daddy. And we talked to him, and we know that he hasn't been in Chatham County in probably 3 weeks. I don't know. So there's the first thing that we think of and stuff like this is, hey, is this a parental kidnapping? Is there a custody dispute? Well, the only custody dispute is between you and your mom. And that's somewhat of a paper trail that you guys have done so you can still be the mother that you want to be. Your mom, granted, you don't have the best relationship with her, but she was willing to put her neck out there for you to say, hey, I'm willing to put my name to paper that I'm going to be the primary caregiver of these children. But she's in Chicago or wherever for 3-4 months at a time. So you've got all these pressures on you as a 23-year-old young mother, that's dipping and dabbling into, drugs, dealing with Danny, who's, call it what you want, probably a heavy drinker. So you've got the pressure of the world on you as a 20-year-old young lady with 3 kids in the house, an alcoholic, fiance, boyfriend. So I can't imagine what it is that you're going through. So naturally, all the things, that develop leads for law enforcement, there's not a lot of angles for us to pursue right now. And I want you to understand that that's why we're going to have to continue to rely on you and you being truthful for us to find Quinton. Because if Quinton is dead right now, there's nothing that's going to bring closure to this other than us finding him. We don't know that. But at this point, you have to understand, based off what we just walked through and we explained, that there's not a lot of angles for us to go down. Other than something happened at the house that you may not be aware of. But we're asking you to take a hard look at that. Don't. I know you love Danny. We can tell that you love Danny.
No, my kid's more than Danny. I love my kids more than Danny. Every single one. And I would do anything for my babies. Every single one of them. I don't know if there was an accident that happened. I was gone for what? Total hour maybe max of all the times that I left. So I don't know. Everything was normal when I came back in. There was no sudden movements. There was no awkwardness or trying to avoid me being around. There was nothing like that at all. There was nothing that would make me sit there and look at somebody and say, what the hell did you do? Nothing at all. I don't get
I know that's all we want.
I've given everything that I could, everything that I could, that I could think of, that I could clarify. I have done everything I could. I searched that place top and bottom multiple times before the cops even got there. Multiple times straight down into the woods in the back of my house. I don't know if something happened to him. I don't know if he's okay. I don't know if he's dead. I don't know if he's safe. I don't know. All I know is that I want him home. And I'm willing to give whatever I got to for it. And I have. This is everything from the time that we picked him up to last night to when I went to sleep to this morning. I don't know everything I know and everything that I've seen. There was no noises that I didn't hear anything. Nothing woke me up. violent. Never. I've never seen him violent. I've never, the most violent I've ever seen him get was here recently when he played on the horn and cussed somebody out in traffic because they almost ran into us. He doesn't even leave a red mark when he pops them. Not even a red mark. Not even a pink one.
What do you have a problem for? What types of things we talk about?
Quinton had this thing about outlets. Trying to take things and poke them in the outlets. Or climbing up on counters into the pantry. That was Zane. He climbed up on the counter one day, tried to sink one, had the sprayer thing in there, and it was like a water park in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay? So there's things like that, just the everyday typical things that people get onto their toddlers about. Getting too close to the pool, getting too close to the stove, you know? Playing in the toilet, putting the toilet paper and stuffing it down the toilet. I've had to have my thing.
Does Paul ever discipline him?
Yes, Paul will pop them too. The only people that are allowed to are their immediate family. So Paul has an uncle, he's allowed to get on. Daddy's allowed to get on too. And my mom and Thomas, anybody else has to get me or them to get on.
Often does Paul off?
Not often, maybe once, twice a week. And it's normally like for an hour or two.
Yeah.
Like we can go pick up food or go grocery shopping and come back home.
Okay.
Type stuff.
Can he just come downstairs, or is there like a different way for him to get into y'all's area?
I know he has to come downstairs. Like there's that door entrance to the bathroom that leads out to the dining room and out back, and then the front door. So he has to come downstairs, walk around the kitchen, through the dining room, just to get to my room.
Is Paul doing the same job that y'all are doing?
Yes, he works at the same place, but he works 2 to 10. He works the second shift.
Yeah.
The same exact place. And if y'all need that address for where we work too, I can give you that.
Yes, you mentioned the reasons that sometimes, Danny would pop, one of the kids, getting too close to the pool, playing with electrical sockets. Those are the types of things that I'm asking you to think deep on. And when you touched Quinton and you came home, was it any different than any other night?
The way he moved, the way he did a little with his eyes when I touched, when people touch your face in your sleep or whatever, everything, it was just fine. It was fine.
Did you change his diaper?
No, I did feel it though, and it wasn't full. Like, I could still pretty much squeeze it like this, No, I didn't. I felt it, he didn't need to be changed. And then when I touched his face, he just rolled over and literally turned like one hand and then the other hand like this and curled up. Curled up to it just like that. And he had his little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal thing in there with him.
I didn't wake up again that night.
Where was the Mickey Mouse and the blanket and the pillow when you got up that morning?
The Mickey Mouse wasn't in there.
He didn't have it all.
It was like when I put him in bed last night, it was in there. When I got up this morning, it wasn't in there. I told one of the officers that too when he came in there asking if everything was there. And I was like, well, I can't touch anything, but I don't see his Mickey Mouse. There's a little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal, just like a regular old little Mickey Mouse. They're never that big. He stuffs it almost every night.
Does he usually take it around with him when he's not just sleeping?
No, carry it on him by the foot or by the nose.
Where was the blanket?
Blanket was in the corner of the playpen.
Okay.
Almost like, like someone picked him up and the blanket fell.
This 19-year-old that was around the house, you said knocked on the door random times, or about 3 times.
I haven't seen him since the last time.
Has anybody else other than you seen him?
Paul has. Paul can probably give you a description of him for a fact. Paul answered the door the very first time I heard him knock. So he can give you another description. He's got curly hair, brown hair, like blue eyes. If I wait,
traffic, I think?
No, not normally, but here recently, there's been a lot of people walking up and down the roads.
Yeah.
A lot of people. And my babysitter can confirm that as well, that she had somebody randomly pull up into her driveway and like attempt to go into her house and through her stuff until she had turned the light on and then the person ran off. So
Does Paul usually hang out at night a lot?
Paul works night shifts, so if he does hang out with somebody, he hangs out with them before he comes home.
We're gonna step out and let you eat, some of this, but I want you to think about a couple of things. One being tonight, don't think you should go back to the house tonight.
No, I wanted to request if I could go to my grandmother's house and that we would keep her phone so that I can give you her phone number as well.
We'll come back here and we'll get all that stuff.
Oh, no, we're like, it's really long.
And we're not.
I won't be able to go to sleep at night anyways. At least I can go hold my babies. Right? I can go hold my babies.
With the search having been done, it's not a good idea for you to go back to the house tonight. Maybe you can have
No. My grandma.
an issue with a hotel room if you like that.
That would probably be better, honestly. I don't have to drive 30 minutes. But no, my grandma, I'm in her room as well as to keep Sky over there if we needed her to. And I could pick up the phone and go over there and stay for the night.
At a hotel?
No, my grandma's house. No, it's right there in Guyton.
Okay.
It's like staying there for the night and then going back to the house in the morning.
If we could find a hotel tonight, would you do that?
If we could find one at night, I would prefer to be closer and then y'all be able to.
So does what we just watched there pretty much represent the end of that interview session?
Yes.
I think I'll reserve my follow-up questions for tomorrow.
Very well. And at this point, I think this would be a good time to release the jurors for the evening. Just a moment. I gotta tell you a thing or two. So I'm gonna release you for the evening. Obviously, the trial is not over. We have more to get to. So I want to once again reinforce my instructions. Please don't do any research. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Avoid anyone who tries to talk to you about the case. Avoid any news stories or any other media, social media, and otherwise about this case. Right? And I wish you all a good night. Tomorrow, we don't start the trial again until 10 o'clock. So your instructions are going to be a little different. I would imagine that you would gather at 9 o'clock rather than 8 o'clock. Okay. So now you are excused.
Jurors exiting. All clear, Judge.
Okay, you step down. Is there anything from the state that we need to take up at this time?
Your Honor, I wanted to bring it to the court's attention that the jurors do not appear to be wearing the correct numbers. And if we could remedy that for tomorrow, because for example, if we have a situation like a juror sleeping again, we need to be able to refer to them by the correct number for the record. And I've noticed that some people that are alternates are wearing lower numbers, and some of the people wearing alternate numbers I know are not alternate jurors. So I just don't think they're numbered correctly.
Okay. Deputy Solomon, I'm going to ask you to follow up with the jurors, and you may want to follow up with jury management about making sure that the jurors have on their correct numbers.
We got 16 jurors and should be all of them number 16. No one was alternate as of yet.
I know, but I don't think anybody, yeah, it's 1 through 16, but I think the problem is, I think even one of them wasn't wearing their jury number, and they may not have the right number. So if you could just follow up on that. Okay. From the defense.
Nothing, Judge, at this time.
Okay. All right, with that, then we are in recess until tomorrow, 10 o'clock. I'll see you here about 9:50. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone.